thank you for tuning in. You know what time it is. I am back. I am back. It is currently 1:02 a.m. and today's date is the 7th of October 2024. And of course, it is Monday. Monday morning. Let's get straight to business. How are you doing? How are you doing? I hope you had a wonderful evening yesterday. And if you're still awake, God bless you. And if you're going to tune in sometimes, maybe tomorrow, God bless you. All right. So the title of today's stream is America is the land of opportunity. America is the land of opportunity. Like we all know, the world knows that America is the land of opportunity. And that's why everybody wants to come to the United States. That is why I immigrated to the United States. Okay. America stands for the land of opportunity. And that's why everybody comes here. Okay. Everybody comes here to chase their dreams, to become something more than they were. Uh, you know what I mean? Just a better future for themselves and their family. And some people come here to start a family. You know what I mean? And some people come here to start their businesses. Some people come here for school, like I did, and I found the most awesome, beautiful, amazing woman, and I married her. Okay, and we had a beautiful daughter. You know what I mean? So America is just a land of opportunity, guys, and I would never take it for granted. I am grateful to the United States for the opportunity, the grace to live in here, to do and become something bigger. And that's why I always say, born in Nigeria, but made in America. You know what I mean? So, shout out to everybody for tuning in. You know what time it is. Jack T, I see you. Michael Lakota, I see you. You know what time it is. If you were lucky to be born in the United States, you better appreciate it. And even if you came here and now you are an American citizen, you better cherish it because a lot of people are out there wanting to come here for a better tomorrow. And, it is just what it is. I am grateful. I am grateful. I just want to start the live stream in that manner. You know what I mean? I want to start the live stream in that way just to let Americans know that I am grateful to be here. I am absolutely grateful to America to be here, to be able to live my life. You know, America gave me the best woman in the world. I got married to her. She gave me a beautiful daughter. So I am grateful. Okay. I'm thankful. I am grateful. I love the United States of America. America is the best country in the world. I am grateful, guys. All right. So, this is why I do this. I do this because I love America. I don't get paid for this yet. Hopefully, I get paid for it in the future. Shout out to YouTube. But this is why I do this. All right. All right. So, straight to the point, straight to the business, straight to business. All right. So, Elon Musk is a big deal according to according to Fox News. According to Fox News, Elon Musk is a big deal. All right. All right, let me get this video for you guys. All right, so Nikki Haley was on Fox News Sunday and she spoke about Elon Musk and also Fetterman is insinuating that surrogate for Trump. Let's see. Fetterman warns surrogate for Trump. Let's listen. Let's listen in. Let's get it. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
Stepping up to be beside them, but make no mistake, Israel does not trust the U.S. Israel does not trust Biden and Harris because they haven't been there.
Former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley says Israel doesn't trust the current administration as the Israeli government is now weighing its retaliatory response to Iran. Joining us now, Pennsylvania Democratic Senator John Fetterman, a staunch defender of Israel. Welcome back to the show, sir.
It's great to be back.
I want to play a little bit more from Ambassador Haley and get your reaction. Here's a bit more of what she had to say.
He lifted the sanctions on Iran. He allowed the money to flow. He basically continued to dictate to our allies what they couldn't do. I'm glad Israel did. I'm glad Israel went forward and said enough with Biden and Harris. We're going to protect ourselves because we can't count on them to help us do that.
Senator, do you agree with the ambassador that Israel should move forward and disregard the advice of the Biden-Harris administration, or no?
I really don't have any regard for what she's saying, and I'm not going to politicize, what's about in Israel right now. And for me, it's about following Israel, and I've been very clear that my voice in that vote is going to follow Israel on that. And
is it just me, or Fetterman loves to put on hoodies? I feel like he loves hoodies. It looks good on him though, but he loves putting on a hoodie. I never seen him on suit before. I guess that's his style.
Whatever they decide to do in response to Iran, I'm going to support that because Israel will have a better idea of the intelligence and the circumstances on the ground. And that's why I'm going to support and follow that. And I also want to celebrate what Israel has been able to do. They've demolished Hamas, and now they have humiliated Hezbollah, and they are now cowering. And Iran shot 200 missiles, and they vaporized those. So Iran now is left exposed and humiliated, and Israel has put them back on the ropes, and I am going to support what they continue to do.
Yeah, and we wait to see what their response will be. And we know that there are often very long time frames in the Middle East about responses and answering. We know there's tension between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu. There's been no secret of that. When asked whether Israel should strike Iran's nuclear facilities this week, President Biden said, quote, "The answer is no." Well, an opinion piece in Wall Street Journal puts it this way. Even before he talks with Mr. Netanyahu, the president engages in public lobbying aimed at blocking a sovereign state and American ally from deciding on its own what the best response to a direct military attack on its territory is. Iran attacked Israel for the second time in 6 months, but Mr. Biden tells Iran's Ayatollah Ali Khamenei that the U.S. will help the regime protect its most prized and threatening military asset. Peace goes on to say that this administration has waived sanctions, has been easier on Iran than it should be. You're among those, most everybody who admits Iran is the centerpiece problem of the Middle East. So what do you make about this back and forth with Biden and Netanyahu?
Well, again, Iran is the problem. And now they've had their proxies destroyed by Israel, whether that's Hezbollah or Hamas. Israel has already done that. And now what's left really is Iran. And Iran, they sent 200 missiles towards civilians. And again, they were vaporized now, too. Now, Iran is now having to face what really do they have the kinds of influences they're going to continue to have. And now Israel has the opportunity to target whether that's going to be oil or their nuclear now. And Iran now is back on the ropes, and they've been exposed as weak, and they've been scattered.
All right, I want to ask about your state, a huge electoral prize. You're getting a lot of love, a lot of visits. You're doing campaigning as well. Everybody wants to win the Commonwealth. On Friday, the president talked about the great jobs report. He wants to say the economy, which tests as the #1 issue in Pennsylvania, as it does across the rest of the country. He wants to point to that and the progress that is being made on the economy. But one of your colleagues had this to say on X on Friday. This is GOP Senator Marco Rubio. He says another fake jobs report out from Biden-Harris government today 16 of the last 17 reports have been significantly revised downwards after media helps them with their fake headlines. But all the fake numbers in the world aren't going to fool people dealing with the Biden-Harris economic disaster every day. Our last poll in Pennsylvania shows 71% of Pennsylvanians think that the economy is only fair or poor. So what's the argument there to your constituents about why they should choose the Harris-Walz ticket?
Oh, well, I'm a fan of my colleague from Florida. I was actually shocked that Trump didn't pick him over Vance. And now let's talk about Pennsylvania. And it's going to be very competitive. And there's another fact that the American economy is the world's envy. And now 250,000 new jobs, and inflation has been put in check. And things continue to get better and better on that. And it's going to be very, very close. In 2020, I put out a picture of the Butler rally from Trump. And now I said it's going to be very close in 2020, and then it was. And now back he was in Butler, and it's the same thing, and nothing has changed. You know, it was a big rally, and there was tens and tens of thousands of people, and Musk joined him, and I guess Musk is a big deal as a surrogate as well too. And that's why I've been spending my time in small rooms all across Pennsylvania and red counties. I was in Beaver County yesterday, and later today when I get off with you, I'm going to head to Lancaster, and I'm going to be all across Pennsylvania because we're going to fight for every last vote. And Trump understands that Pennsylvania picks the president. Our side definitely knows this, and we've seen that happen both in 2016 and in 2020. And I'm going to be doing this in 2024. And whoever is watching this, please, you should understand that it's not going to come down to, burns on Twitter or on who said this or who did that. It's going to be a very stark choice, and it's going to be close. And I happen to believe that Harris will prevail, just like Joe Biden did in 2020.
All right. Well, we all appreciate the opportunity to spend time in Pennsylvania, so we'll be doing that a lot more for the next 30 days. Senator, thank you.
I'm Steve Doocy.
Now, you have to understand that Fetterman is a Democrat, and he is saying that there were tens and tens of thousands of people at the former President Donald J. Trump's rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. We streamed that rally about, was it yesterday? Yes. If you haven't seen it, you can watch it on the live stream yesterday. Now, for a Democrat to be saying that there were tens and tens of thousands of people at the rally, that is a big deal. Shout out to Fetterman. I guess he needs a hat right now. He needs the hat. All right. Team Walz. Okay, so Team Walz goes on Fox News for an interview. I commend him for that. I gotta say, I commend him for that because he hasn't done any interview with Fox News, but he was on Fox News and he actually had an interview with Fox News. Let's listen to it. I definitely gotta say, I commend him for that one.
Joining us now, Democratic Vice Presidential nominee, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Governor, great to have you with us on Fox News Sunday.
Great to be with you, Shannon. Thanks for having me.
Okay, so I want to pick up where Alexis left off there in the Middle East, because you were asked in the debate the other night a question about whether or not you would support a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran. You didn't really get to an answer on that. So this administration continues to call for Israel to moderate its response after being attacked by Iran. Do you now think that Israel has a right to either strike oil facilities, nuclear facilities? What's your position on that?
Well, look, let's remember how this started, and we're approaching tomorrow a tragic anniversary. Hamas terrorists murdered over 1,200 innocent Israelis, 46 Americans, took hostages. We have been clear. Israel has the right to defend itself. We've always stood in that position. We need the hostages returned, and we need to bring an end to the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But again, the point is it's Iran is at the heart of this, and their proxies that bring disruption throughout the region. That's why being in the Situation Room as Vice President was working with Israelis to repel the attack we saw this week. They tried it back in April, the same thing. And that's the point of being and boxing Iran in. President Trump tore up the nuclear deal that moved Iran closer to a nuclear weapon. He also allowed Iran to shoot down an American aircraft in international airspace with a tweet. And when Iranian weapons, missiles fell on U.S. troops, he called it a headache when it was traumatic brain injury. Just to be clear, we have always said we reserve the right to protect American troops, our allies in the region, and that there is consequences for Iran. So what you're seeing right now is the ability to work with our allies, the ability to make sure Iran does not further, and every...
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I do not understand. Why do all of them keep blaming the former president? This man is not even in power right now. Nobody should be talking about the 45th when the 46th is here right now. Come on, man, take responsibility.
Administration has dealt with them for 45 years. Now it's to make sure, and there has never been a question, Israel has the right to defend itself, and we stand with them to do that. But we need to bring this to a conclusion.
Does that include a strike on Iran's nuclear or oil facilities?
Specific operations will be dealt with at the time, but being very clear on this, Iran, there was consequences for what they do. That's what's happening right now. Israel's right to defend itself is not in question.
Okay, you said in a radio interview that anti-Israel protesters were speaking out, quote, for all the right reasons. You know that some of them are carrying Hamas flags. Some of them are calling for the extermination of the Jewish state. Do you want to clarify your praise for that?
Well, I'm certainly not talking about them. I'm talking about the people who understand that we have to end the humanitarian crisis, but they understand we need to return the hostages, bring peace to the region. Look, I will always defend people's rights to First Amendment, but that's not the folks I'm talking about. Those folks are not speaking for the entire group. So I think it's very clear on this. Israel's right, as we've stood with them. Anti-Semitism has no place in this country, and Vice President Harris has been clear about that. I've been clear about it. But the ability to bring a peaceful solution and understand Israel's right to defend itself, the return of the hostages, and Gazans' right to live in peace, too, is something that we're trying to get to. And that's going to take the leadership that we've seen out of Vice President Harris, being able to hold this coalition together. And again, when Iran launched their missiles this week, she's in the Situation Room. That's different. The people who are in the Situation Room with Donald Trump, like John Kelly as chief of staff, said he shouldn't be there. He's a damaged human being. His own defense secretary said he does not understand the situation, is incapable of dealing with it. So it's about character.
Let's focus on what your position is and the vice president's position as well. I want to talk about abortion, too, because this came up at the debate. It's been a winning argument for Democrats on many ballots, but I want to clarify what the law is there in Minnesota. Abortion Finder, a website that helps women find access, says abortion is legal throughout pregnancy in Minnesota. There is no ban or limit on abortion in Minnesota based on how far along in a pregnancy you are. You signed the bill that makes it legal through all 9 months. Is that a position you think Democrats should advocate for nationally?
Look, the vice president and I have been clear. The restoration of Roe versus Wade is what we're asking for.
But that
this
law
is a
goes
woman's
far
right
beyond Roe v. Wade.
To make her own choice. The law is very clear. It does not change that. That was been debunked on every occasion. But
wait,
look, this is a.
But let's agree. What you signed is there's not a single limit through 9 months of pregnancy. Roe had a trimester framework that did have limits through the pregnancy. The Minnesota law does not have that.
This puts the decision with the woman and her health care providers. The situation we have is when you don't have the ability of health care providers to provide that, that's where you end up with a situation like Amanda Zaworski in Texas, where they are afraid to do what's necessary. This doesn't change anything. It puts the decision back on to the woman, to the physicians, and we know that this is simply something to be brought up to be very clear. Donald Trump's asking for a nationwide abortion ban.
Wait,
and again, we don't see this as a winning campaign.
He has said repeatedly that he will not sign a national abortion ban. Are you calling that just, it's a flat-out lie?
Yes, of course. And Senator Vance has in the past said so too. Now look, they may see this as an election issue. We see it as a right of women to make their own bodily decisions. And that's what the states like my state have the ability to put that in. States like Georgia force women to cross the border, and then we have a death of Amber Thurman. So let's be very clear. Trying to cut hairs on an issue on this is not where the American public's at. They want the restoration of Roe versus Wade. Vice President Harris said she would sign it. That's what we'll do when we're elected.
But to be clear, the Minnesota law is far
women.
beyond Roe v. Wade. And about the Amber Thurman case in Georgia, her family has, and it's tragic, she is a young mother who left behind a young son. But what her family has said is it was a complication from an abortion pill that she received, and she didn't get proper care when she went to a Georgia hospital, which had multiple opportunities to intervene there. Her own attorney, the family's attorney, says it wasn't the Georgia law, it was the hospitals, what he claims is malpractice, not treating her when she clearly showed up in distress and still had the byproducts.
Of course, I know this is a big deal for women across the nation. Reproductive rights. I believe that as an adult, male or female, man or woman, you should have the right to do whatever you want to do with yourself, with your body. It is your choice, it is your decision. Whatever choice you make, you are going to have to live with it. Being an adult means you take responsibility for your actions, okay? It is what it is. However, when your faith comes into play, then it's like, okay, some things are now going to tilt towards right or wrong. And if he goes with your faith, I'm not going to be the judge of that. This is personal, okay? However, I do think that taking it from the federal level to the state level would be much more closer to the people. Some people say, well, it should be federal. Some people say it should be state by state. I would say state by state would be closer to the people. This is just my choice. But then everybody has the right to choose whatever they want to choose. You know what I mean? Also, shout out to Ellie. Ellie, God bless you, Ellie. I got your Cash App. Ellie, the moderator, God bless you, brother. I got your Cash App. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You inspired the show to keep going, Ellie. Don't forget that. Everybody here watching the live stream, you inspired the show to keep going. Bless you. Let's get it.
Of her pregnancy because of that rare complication from the abortion pill. So just to be clear on the Georgia law and how her family and her attorney sees it.
I think they also indicated that had she not go to North Carolina after the debate the other night, that she would have been in a better position. So look, these are the situations you're going to get into when you take this decision and put it in the hands of politicians like Donald Trump rather than women and their doctors. We trust women, we trust doctors, and we know the outcomes of that are better.
Okay, let's clarify more changes that you signed in Minnesota as well. Several things were repealed with respect to reporting infants who may have survived an abortion attempt. Language that used to be part of the statute was taken out. We'll put this on the screen so people can see. It used to require medical personnel to, quote, preserve the life and health of the born alive infant. That language has been repealed. It's no longer part of the law. Also struck from the law was language about reporting infants that are born alive, what treatment they receive, and whether they live or die. Why was it important to you to get that protection out of the law?
Minnesota law aligns with every other case of what physicians are required by their ethical responsibilities. And so it changed nothing other than aligning with all care that physicians provide in any circumstance for any medical case. And so it's alignment as it's always been. It's the cases we've seen in Minnesota, the outcomes we get in our healthcare results are the best in the nation. And all it did was align with existing law.
But you do acknowledge it takes out the language about preserving the life of an infant who was born alive.
Every doctor has an ethical responsibility to provide what they can in each situation. That is the way the law is written now. It's the same for any person who shows up. And again, this is a distraction from the real issue here is women being forced into miscarriages, women being forced to go back home, get sepsis, potentially die, like we saw in cases in Texas, and maternal mortality rates in Texas have skyrocketed off the charts because of this. This is bad policy. Vice President and I have been very clear on this. We will restore the rights of Roe versus Wade. We will make sure women have their health care decisions. We will not put people's lives at risk because of the geography of where they live, and it will go back to the way it was before Donald Trump gleefully said, we've got the best of both worlds here. Things are wonderful. The states are handling it. It's a beautiful thing. It's not a beautiful thing to see women dying. It's not a beautiful thing to put doctors at risk of being imprisoned.
It is not. It is not to see any single woman suffer. And by the way, there's not a single state, no matter how pro-life or restrictive their laws are, that do not allow a doctor to intercede. That's true in Georgia and Texas as well. I want to turn to the economy. Our latest polling shows that 66% of Americans we talked to said that buying groceries is a, quote, major problem for them. And when we ask people about how they feel about the policies of this administration versus the previous, double the amount of people surveyed say that Biden-Harris policies have hurt them rather than help them and their families economically. That's in stark contrast to how they feel when asked about the Trump administration. So what would a Harris-Walz administration do different than a Biden-Harris administration when it comes to convincing people that the economy is going to get better for them, because their perception is that it's not?
Well, we saw a blockbuster jobs report this week. We saw interest rates come down, and we've also seen that Vice President Harris laying out a middle-class agenda. Look, I was in Ohio yesterday, in Cleveland, in Cincinnati, and talking about this. Folks in Ohio know that Donald Trump's policies led to 180,000 manufacturing jobs leaving. They understand when he left office, we had more people unemployed percentage-wise than the Great Depression. What Vice President Harris is talking about is making it more affordable to buy housing. And we've seen it in Minneapolis. When you have more housing stock, we've seen rates go down. We've seen more houses available. Also, the idea of price gouging. 37 states, Republican and Democratic states, have this. Corn is about $4.10 or so a bushel. That's where it's been for many years, up and down. But prices at the grocery stores have skyrocketed, corporate profits have skyrocketed, and people are paying more. So we talk about that. And then I think the fundamental difference here is Donald Trump kept his promise. He cut taxes for the wealthiest. She's talking about making sure things like a child tax credit, $6,000 child tax credit, put more money in people's pocket, making sure that we're able to buy those things, whether it's a crib or it's baby formula, get started. And she's simply asking that we can pay for it by asking those at the top to pay their fair share. This is a fundamental difference in approaches to it, and we're seeing it working. We're seeing economists talk about Donald Trump's proposal to add a 20% sales tax will cost $4,000. Okay. That's everybody. That's not me saying it.
And just to note, that is a tariff, which, by the way, this administration not only kept most of the Trump tariffs, but they added their own as well. So that's got to be part of the conversation. I want to talk a little bit about your record as governor, because it elucidates for people how you may serve as whether you end up being the president. You'll be one heartbeat away. Should your ticket be successful. Wall Street Journal says this after you were chosen to join the ticket. As the Democratic governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz signed into law initiatives allowing immigrants in the country illegally to apply for driver's licenses, qualify for free tuition at state universities, and enroll in the state's free health care program for low-income residents. Are those not magnets to draw people here, many times on dangerous journeys for themselves? And why should your taxpayers in Minnesota or across the states pay for those programs?
Well, that's not the vice president's position, but I will say this. Minnesota ranks as a top 5 business state. We rank as a top 3 state for children living, and we're the top state for health care access. I would also add this. We also have some of the safest roads. Look, the vice president has made it clear that she has policies that make a difference. Her border policies are the most strongest, the fairest we've seen. It's
but now, Governor, you know a lot of people, including your own party, would not join that statement. There are millions of people who have come here over the last few years that, they see this as an open border.
Well, simply, we have a policy. Donald Trump sees it as a political. Look, James Langford in Oklahoma, the Border Patrol agents, the Wall Street Journal, the Chamber of Commerce, all said pass this legislation. You have to have Congress to authorize 1,500 new border agents. You have to have Congress to authorize DOJ to speed adjudications on these asylum claims. Those are things that would actually work. Donald Trump told us for 4 years he would deal with this. He didn't. He didn't build his wall.
Yo, I just feel like Team Walz is fighting so hard to defend the vice president, which that's what he should be doing because he is her running mate. It's just the records, the performance is hard to back up. You know what I mean? He's trying to converse around the point, but there's nothing to defend right here. So now he has to defer back to well, the former president don't have any, no plan because there's nothing to defend right here. Everybody sits through the smoke. You know what I mean? Man, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
Wall, 2%. Mexico didn't pay for it. This is a real bill that has bipartisan support. It has the experts on board, and it starts to tackle these issues. And we don't have to resort to demonizing people. We don't have to resort to making up or crafting stories, as Senator Vance said he did. Those things were not happening in Springfield, but it doesn't mean that we can't pass a piece of legislation to strengthen our border. That's what Kamala Harris is talking about.
Well,
She's talking
Governor,
about solving the problem.
That piece of legislation does include the wall that you guys have been so, you've disparaged that. I mean, the vice president has as well. So I don't know if she really intends to move forward with that. But it was negotiated by 3 or 4 senators, and many Republicans came out against it long before President Trump indicated he didn't like it either. Listen, before we go, because I wish that we had a full hour, I want to give you a chance, because you called yourself a knucklehead this week, to talk about some of your misstatements. Yes. You've modified your story or explained that you misspoke about things involving your military rank, about carrying a weapon in war, your 1995 DUI arrest, using IVF to have your beautiful children, Gus and Hope, being in Hong Kong and China in the summer of 1989 during the Tiananmen events. A lot of people would say they couldn't get away with saying, I'm just too passionate, my grammar's not right, I'm a knucklehead. What do you say to the American people who think, I don't know that I can trust this guy with all those modifications to be the potential commander-in-chief of this country?
Yeah, well, I think they heard me. They heard me the other night speaking passionately about gun violence and misspeaking. And I got to be honest with you, Shannon, I don't think people care whether I used IUI or IVF when we talk about this. What they understand is Donald Trump would resist those things. Look, I speak passionately. I had an entire career, decades before I was in public office. They know, and I'm very proud of my 24 years in service and my record. I have never disparaged someone else in this, but I know that's not what Donald Trump does. They disparage everyone. The personal attacks. I will own up when I misspeak. I will own up when I make a mistake. Let's be very clear. On that debate stage the other night, I asked one very simple question, and Senator Vance would not acknowledge that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. I think they're probably far more concerned with that than my wife and I used IUI to have our child, and that Donald Trump would restrict that. So I think folks know who I am. My constituents here in Minnesota have elected me 8 times. They know where I'm at, and I'm proud to be on the ticket, and we'll deliver just like we have here in Minnesota.
Right. And if we're going to deal in truth, both the president, the former president, and his nominee have said that they are very supportive of IVF. We are glad you have your precious family, and we thank you for serving.
I like the fact that he doesn't answer the questions. He just talks around them and then says what they already plan to say, which is points that they want their voters to listen to. That's smart.
In uniform and your years and decades as a teacher. My mom was too. I know it's really hard work and sometimes very thankless. So, Governor, we appreciate your time.
Thanks, Shannon.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
Man, thank you for tuning in one more time. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. You heard Team Walz. They never answer the questions. They just never answer the question. And sometimes it goes both ways. I'm not saying it's just him. Sometimes it goes both ways. However, there's so many questions for them to answer that they're not answering. You know what I mean? All right. Well, I really still stand by my word saying I commend Tim Walz for going to Fox News and actually having an interview. That is brave of him. I hope Kamala would go on Fox News and have a conversation with them. All right, so next. Nikki Haley was on Fox also. Let's listen to Nikki Haley.
All right, Sandra, let's bring in Nikki Haley, the former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations and former governor of South Carolina, also host of the Nikki Haley Live podcast on Sirius XM. Great to see you. It's been a while.
Great to see you. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. So Biden is urging a proportional response from Israel. Listen to what he said under the wing of Air Force One the other day.
Do you support an attack on Iran's nuclear sites by Israel?
The answer is no. I think there's things... We'll be discussing with the Israelis what they're going to do, but all 7 of us agree that they have a right to respond, but they should respond in proportion.
So there's some talk about what will Israel do, that they could maybe go after an oil production facility. But other people are saying, look, as long as they just kind of punch Iran in the nose, it's going to continue its malign activities until it goes in there and really breaks a bunch of things. Israel's going to face the threat.
I mean, first of all, let's take a look. You've got a U.S. president who got together with the G7 to decide what Israel should do. And in no world would I have ever expected that he would take the side of the Ayatollah, that he would take the side of the Ayatollah, telling Israel, don't do it, hold back, and calling for restraint. Why would you do that when the Iranians and the IRGC are saying death to America too? It defies all logic. Biden has been an Iranian sympathizer from the very beginning. The Obama administration was like this too. The question is, what is Harris going to do? We have to ask her. This is a war happening in the Middle East. So when they talk about escalation, this is already a war. How is she going to handle it? Does she agree with Biden that they need to hold Israel back? You can say Israel has the right to defend themselves, but you don't get to say but. Israel has the right to defend themselves, but the but is what's so wrong. And I feel bad that Israel is hearing from Biden say, we've got to talk to Israel. We've got to tell them what we think they should do. They need to hold back. He has yet to put the sanctions back on the oil for Iran. Iran's getting all of their money from oil because Biden won't put the sanctions back on it.
It would be interesting to see what Kamala Harris's position on this is.
She has to answer this.
Well, it would be nice if she would hold a news conference so that we could ask her those questions, but she is not. So Iran has for decades been upsetting the apple cart of the Middle East. Iran was attacking Israel through its proxies, but now Iran's attacking Israel directly. And I know Israel doesn't want this war. Most of the people in Lebanon don't want a war. Egypt doesn't want a war. Jordan doesn't want a war. Saudi Arabia doesn't want a war. Bahrain doesn't want a war. The United Arab Emirates, they don't want a war either. And yet Biden continues what appears to be a policy of appeasement toward Iran. Why doesn't he just, with the support of most of the Arab world, just say, shut this stuff down now?
He doesn't want to do it, but Israel's going to shut it down on their own. Think about it. Israel is taking on Hamas in Gaza. They're now taking on Hezbollah in Lebanon, who's been striking since October 8th, 60,000 people displaced. Now they're taking on the Houthis in Yemen. This tiny little country is fighting all of America's enemies. And yet the American president is taking the side of the mob boss, the Ayatollah, who's leading the charge. It defies all logic. If we care about safety in America, if we care about holding the terrorists back that want to kill Americans, we have to be on the side of Israel. And it says a lot when the American president's not on the side of Israel. And we have to ask who the next Democrat nominee is going to be, what her role is going to be. If she's okay with what Biden's doing, we're in trouble.
I want to ask you about your support for former President Trump, because you, Robert O'Brien, and some 298 other national security officials wrote a letter coming out in support.
Ladies and gentlemen, I truly believe all of this happening helps the 45th. It literally helps the 45th to become the 47th. That's my take, because all of this is like, it just proves that, I don't want to say it proves the people in the White House are just weak. I don't know, because that's what it sounds like.
Of Donald Trump and his foreign policy. Politico says that your endorsement of Donald Trump doesn't necessarily mean that people who supported you during the primary campaign are going to follow you. They wrote, quote, while it's unclear how many of her Republican supporters are now backing the Democratic nominee, and it may be a tiny slice, that they are still unwilling to support their party leader Trump could have implications for the former president, considering how tight the 2024 presidential race is shaping up to be. I'm wondering, particularly when you take a look at the gender gap, let's put that up on the screen. Harris is leading Trump with women 58 to 37%. He could use the help of your supporters. What can you do to try to help him and narrow that gap?
Well, I think that, the Harris campaign's doing a good job of trying to claim he's losing them. I think of 150 chairs that we had, I think maybe less than 10 have gone the Harris side. But what Trump needs to do is talk to suburban women, talk to independents, make sure that they know he doesn't need to be having a primary debate at this point. He needs to be talking to the 5% of people who are going to decide that. Suburban women and independents still have the verdict out. The best thing he can do is let them feel secure on what he's going to do with the economy, what he's going to do with the border, what he's going to do in terms of wars in the Middle East, what he's going to do.
It's kind of like the security moms of 2004.
I mean, I think it's one of those things where they just need assurances. And if you're talking about things over here that don't matter, if you're talking about whether Kamala's dumb, if you're talking about, Haitians eating cats, you're losing them. But if you're talking about the fact that you're going to be strong with Israel, if you're talking about the fact that you're going to secure the border, if you're talking about the fact that you're going to make sure you pay down debt, that's when suburban women and independents pay attention. That's what he needs to do.
Well, I get the sense that he was just watching you on Trump Force One heading to Michigan, so we'll see if he takes the advice. Governor, great to see you. It's been a long time.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
Nikki, those last points that have been held back, but she said it, freedom of speech. All right, you know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. You know what time it is. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. All right. Melania, Donald J. Trump's wife, actually had a conversation with Fox too. Let's listen to what Melania had to say. She's going in, she's now protecting her man because she's been a little quiet for a while, and now it's like, you know what? I'm just gonna fight back. I really commend what she's doing too.
For 16 harrowing seconds during the gunfire, time stopped as this vicious monster unleashed pure evil from his sniper's perch, not so far away. But by the hand of Providence and the grace of God, that villain did not succeed in his goal, did not come close.
And that was former President Trump returning to Butler, Pennsylvania yesterday, the site of the first assassination attempt where he was shot in the ear and nearly killed 3 months ago by a 20-year-old would-be assassin. It was the first of 2 assassination attempts on the life of the 45th president in the span of 64 days, which has taken a tremendous emotional toll on his family. I sat down with President Trump's wife, the former First Lady, Melania Trump, to discuss her family's resilience and her new memoir, Melania, which is available this Tuesday everywhere. The book chronicles Melania's career from a small town in Slovenia with dreams of becoming an architect to opportunities in modeling in Paris and Milan and finally New York, where she meets Donald Trump and ultimately becomes the First Lady of the United States. But I began on President Trump's return to Butler. President Trump going back to Butler, Pennsylvania, the site of the first assassination attempt. How do you feel about that?
I think it's great. I support him, and he is a fighter. He will never stop. He's on the go every day. He's helping this country, and he wants to make America great again, prosperous, safe. And I think the people of this country support him tremendously. And let's see what will happen on November 5th.
I mean, why was it important for him to go back to Butler?
I think he wants to finish what he came to do, to finish his remarks, his speech, and show that we will not stop, that one shooter will not stop him.
And you wrote about it in the book. You ended the book on the assassination attempt. The way you saw it, you played it back, and then you watched it again with Barron. How do you feel today about it?
It's still very hard to see it. And new videos comes out, new digital.
This is for every single one of you guys who keep asking, where is Melania Trump? Where is she? Well, there she is, supporting her man. Supporting her man.
Videos comes out, the way his head was positioned, what would happen if he would not turn his head. So it's very hard to watch.
Do you trust the Secret Service?
I have a great team and my detail around me, and my husband as well. I think there's some holes, something is going on the top level, or it was when that shooting happened. I know some people changed the positions, but let's hope that will never happen again.
You know, you talk about the top level, you can talk about the top level of all of these agencies, right? The FBI, the CIA. I mean, the top level appeared to be against President Trump and yourself from day one. Do you trust any of the agencies?
Well, it's hard to say that you trust, right? Who you really trust. You want to, but it's always a question mark.
You know, it's quite incredible to me that we are going on almost 10 years of these kinds of attacks against you and your husband, the president. Do you want President Trump to hold people accountable should he return to office?
Well, that will be his decision. They have much more knowledge what is going on behind the scene. So I don't know what somebody didn't do, but I think everybody should follow the law.
You write some things in the book that I didn't know. Your bank canceling your account, you know, this pushback from so many areas of your life that you never saw before, but suddenly the powers that be wanted to cancel you. What happened and how did that feel?
It happened already in the White House, and soon he announced for politics, but later on, more when we left the White House, when I established my own business. As you said, the bank suddenly informed me they will not be able to do business with me anymore. Also, I had very prominent email distribution service provider just abruptly terminated my agreement. So suddenly, as well as the university. I was all agreed that they will accept my donations for the foster students, and because of the board directors, they called back, they found out that it was me, they didn't, they said we cannot go on. And it's very, very sad, because who suffered? They were children from foster community. They didn't have a scholarship that somebody will provide for them. They didn't want to do business with me because of political affiliation, my political beliefs. And you know, that was one of them, one of the canceling project.
Has it changed, do you think, in the last few years at all?
I think some people got the courage and they said, like, they see it, what's going on, and they're not afraid to speak. But it's still going on. I think it's still cancel culture, and that trend, it's still going on.
Stay with us. More of my sit down with the former First Lady, Melania Trump, right after this. Welcome back. Former First Lady Melania Trump told me before she met Donald Trump, she studied industrial design and architecture, then got opportunities in modeling in Milan and Paris, but realized her American dream when she arrived in New York, thanks to courage and self-motivation. More now.
Thank you for tuning in one more time. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. This is the game. Every one of y'all saying this person, the 45th, who some people believe might be the 47th, you guys keep saying he doesn't like immigrant, but his wife is an immigrant. How does that even check out? Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
Now of my exclusive with Melania Trump. The polls are so close right now. What are we, a month away from the election? you and President Trump may be back in the White House next year. Have you thought about what's most important to you and what role you'd like to take on should you get the chance again?
I think the most important thing is to establish the theme around you, that they serve you because they serve the country.
Yeah. And what about the roles and the value that you will bring to the table? You've talked so much about children and women. Will that be a theme that you will get around or do new initiatives should you become First Lady again?
Correct. I will continue my Be Best initiative and expand and see also what is important at that time. Because as we see, the world is changing so fast. And what will happen next year, we don't know. We don't have a crystal ball. So I will do my best that I can to support women, children, and well-being of them. So after I left the White House in 2021, I established my two platforms, Web 2 and Web 3, blockchain platforms that I create an art and collectibles, and all it's available on those two platforms, melaniatrump.com and usamemorabilia.com. So with that, I established Fostering the Future initiative. What it does is providing the financial support for the children from foster care community. So they have education, and I'm very proud. I have many students now in universities, and they're doing very well and they're thriving. So if we are back in the White House, I will expand that and add more stuff. I have more ideas.
Are you surprised by these polls that they're so tight? I mean, President Trump talks about his plans all the time. You said drill, baby, drill. He talks about foreign policy, Israel, very close to his heart. And yet, Kamala Harris, his opponent, has not talked very much about her plans, and yet the polls are so close. What do you make of that?
I don't believe in polls. I never did. I think on the end, people really see it, what's going on in the country and how this leadership is performing. It's very sad what's going on even in all of this country, that they were hit with hurricane. It's heartening to see on the television the people that they are suffering and calling for government to help them.
Well, you're right, and President Trump went to Georgia. He was first to go to Georgia, and then President Biden went after President Trump went. And also he went to North Carolina, and now Kamala Harris is going to North Carolina. Those pictures are incredible. People hanging from trees. And now we learn that FEMA is out of money. Many congressmen have written to Alejandro Mayorkas saying, why did you spend so much money on illegal migrants, and now FEMA is out of money? What can you do about that as First Lady?
I think what they need to do and what we can do is connect with businesses. So, private businesses and big businesses that they could help. Establish foundations that they could help those people in need, because they're suffering. I remember when I visited states when it was a hurricane, I was there with people. I was praying with them, sharing the stories, and also serving the food. And we were there with FEMA, helping them. And I think it's very important that they see that they have support behind them and that they will be okay.
Just the fact that you're on the ground gives people the support.
Correct.
Melania, you also write about abortion in the book. You write that you are staunchly for a woman's right to choose. You are pro-choice. You write, it is imperative to guarantee that women have autonomy in deciding their preference in having children based on their own convictions, free from intervention or pressure from government. Had you spoken to President Trump about that before you wrote that in the book?
Yes, he knew my position and my beliefs since the day we met. And I believe in individual freedom. I want to decide what I want to do with my body. I think I don't want government in my personal business. I think it's very important. And as I said in the book, and it's very well explained in the chapter, what does really my body, my choice means? Because timing really matters, and also the restrictions. So I encourage people to read it, because we live in the world that everybody should have individual freedom.
It was interesting that you wrote this in the book right before a presidential election.
Well, that was not written in the last week or the last month.
These are your convictions.
Correct, but that book was written months before, and it was in a print months before. So that was my belief, and it is my belief, and I wanted to put it in the book because I want to be authentic. I want people to read the book because they could find out a lot of things that were never discussed. I'm very selective what I do, and when I'm doing interviews or not, or when
Thank you for tuning in one more time. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. I have always said my conviction is an adult, man or woman, should be able to do what they want to do with their body and live with the consequences. Because that's what being an adult is, taking responsibility. Okay? Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Let's go.
where I am or not. And this is my story. This is my perspective and the truth. And there is a lot of misinformation about me and falsehoods written about me. So that book, Melania, it will bring my truth and the truth.
How do you think the Republicans and President Trump have handled this issue?
He knew my beliefs, as I said, so he knew it will be in the book. He let me be who I am, and he let me believe what I believe. He let me be my own person, and he respects that, and I respect that as I let him be his own person. He has different beliefs, and he will do what he believes. He will be, if he will be elected official.
And you're not worried about people saying, I can't vote for this ticket because of this issue?
I don't worry. Everybody needs to decide what they want to do.
Melania, you talk so lovingly about your mother in the book. I know you lost your mother in the last 2 years. Tell me about your mother. You got an outpouring of love after she passed.
Yes, I did. And to everybody, I want to thank for beautiful letters, prayers, very kind notes. From all over the world, I got so many beautiful letters. And thank you for that, everybody. My mother was a special woman.
President Trump has spoken so warmly about her as well. Did they like your then boyfriend and husband, Donald?
Yes, yes. My husband is very warm, and he loves his family, and they have a beautiful relationship with my mother. He appreciated how helpful she was. She was always with us, and also she was in the White House as well, because she was helping us raising and taking care of Baron when we were traveling and being busy and serving the country. So yes, she lived with us even now, all the time. She's with me all the time.
Melania, what do you want to say to women who may have a picture of President Trump in their heads? They think they know who he is. What do you want to say to them that they may not know about your husband?
They need to know that he is passionate about this country, passionate about women and men, as well. Everybody. He wants to make their life better, safe, prosperous. He's warm. He loves people.
One thing I gotta respect here, coming from the former president's wife, is she mentioned, he let me be who I am. He let me believe what I want to believe. He's not forcing her to believe anything. And that's key. If you're married, if any of you are married here, you got to let your people believe what they believe. And, of course, values could, merge, but beliefs could be a little different. So you guys have to be flexible. So I respect that about them.
And I understand that maybe sometimes they see him tough, and some tweets, maybe they would not like it, and they didn't like it. I understand that, but he needs to fight back too. When he's attacked, he needs to fight back. He only wants good for this country. The business of politics could be very mean and cutthroat. It's very, one day yes, one day no, one day they stand behind you, one day they don't. And it's a business that you need to be very tough and have a thick skin. And the fashion business gave me that, because I arrived in Milan all alone, and in Paris all alone, in New York all alone. So you need to be very strong and stand on your own 2 feet.
Well, you must be very strong to have hands.
Man, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. You can tell it's exhausting for her. You can tell it is exhausting for her. I also wonder every time, how does Donald J. Trump do it? With all the attacks, all the allegations, everything, he keeps going. Man, this is exhausting. 100%.
Handled all of this, and to be supportive of President Trump. Are you ready to do it again?
Here we are. We are, 30 days from the election, and people will decide what they would like for this country.
But are you ready?
We are ready. We are here.
And my thanks to former First Lady Melania Trump. You can catch more of my exclusive tomorrow morning on Mornings with Maria on Fox Business. Do join us for part 2 of that interview.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News.
Thank you for tuning in one more time. You know what time it is. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. All right. KJP contradicts herself about FEMA funds. All right, so let's listen to Lara Trump on CNN. Everybody's going hard. Everybody wants to win this election for sure. You better know.
You were there last night, and I'm sure that it was not easy, that it was emotional for you and your family. But as I mentioned, a lot has changed politically since that happened 3 months ago. Can you give me a sense of the state of things on the ground in Pennsylvania, where you just were?
Yeah, well, let me just briefly say, Dana, that it really was a beautiful moment yesterday in Butler. And I think it was really important in terms of healing for this country. I don't think any of us will forget, whether you love Donald Trump or not, where you were when you found out what had happened to him on July 13th. And that's a traumatic thing to happen to a country. And I can tell you, when we got off the plane yesterday, I was a little bit emotional, and I got to sit right next to Helen Comperatore, Corey Comperatore's widow, and his 2 daughters. And it was a really beautiful tribute. And I think it was important for Donald Trump to go back and create new memories for the people of Butler, Pennsylvania. And that's exactly what you saw yesterday. But Listen, you're right. This the polling would indicate that things are neck and neck. I can tell you there were over 100,000 people at that rally there last night. I have never seen a crowd like that. You couldn't even see standing on the stage how far back the audience went. And I think that that shows you that there is continued enthusiasm and growing enthusiasm for Donald Trump. And I think as every day goes by, we are 30 days away from this election. People are really considering what kind of America they want to live in. Do you want to get back to a time where you have great economic policies, where you have more money in your pocket, a secure southern border, and peace agreements instead of wars breaking out around the world? They remember, I think, Dana, who brought them that? It was Donald J. Trump. And that's why I believe on November 5th, he's going to be victorious in this race.
Laura, I want to ask you about something that the former president said last night on that stage, specifically about Hurricane Helene in your home state of North Carolina. He said that FEMA is only offering $750 to Americans who have had their homes destroyed. That's not true. He's also echoing conspiracy theorists online who falsely claim that the administration is redirecting disaster money for undocumented immigrants. That's also not true. Why is he spreading misinformation in a crisis like that? And does that concern you about your fellow North Carolinians and how and whether they could actually get help?
I'm incredibly concerned in North Carolina. I hear every day from people on the ground there, and they are desperate for help. It is a dire situation there. I actually think we don't even know the extent yet of truly how bad it is there. And look, Kamala Harris did come out and say it's $750 per family right now. The idea that we've spent $650 million in fiscal year 24 on the migrant crisis that Kamala Harris was responsible for stopping, and by all accounts, she created by having an open door policy at our southern border,
but
is
Laura,
infuriating.
Laura, let me just stop you right there.
Of this country.
Let me just stop you right there, because I just want to not let this get out there. You are right that FEMA is giving $750, but that is a first step. It's for immediate needs. It's called the serious needs assistance.
Dana, and said that they are out of money in terms of their hurricane relief. We have another hurricane heading towards Florida right now.
What they have said is that there is money
right now. Why don't they have anything in order? Why is it that right now the citizens in Western North Carolina are screaming for help, and it's having to come from local citizens? People from my hometown of Wilmington are driving across the state 6 hours to go to the mountains and help people.
It is bad.
Where is our federal government? Why are they out of money?
It is bad there, but my question is about the misinformation, particularly the notion that they are moving money to migrants, to, you say, undocumented migrants, which FEMA says flatly is not true. And if people are not getting correct information, then they can't go for assistance as they have been asked for. I just want to quickly play what Senator Tom Tillis.
Let me just say for 1 second.
Go ahead.
You have.
Even Dana cannot save Kamala. Dana is working around the clock. She cannot save Kamala, bro. And one thing you got to respect is, first of all, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, man. Everybody surrounding Trump is kids, their wives, every one of them are involved in his campaign. That means they actually truly love this guy. That says a lot about him.
Migrants being housed in luxury hotels in New York City. We have paid so much money from our tax dollars into the crisis that didn't need to happen. We could redirect money to help people immediately on the ground in North Carolina, or in Florida, where we're probably going to have a situation coming up in the next several days.
That's a separate tranche of money. That's a separate tranche of money. I want you to listen to.
I want you to. This migrant crisis.
I want you to listen to what
every American. It is a big problem,
but that has nothing to do with the people in your home state right now. I want you to listen to what the Republican senator from North Carolina, Tom Tillis, said about the rescue and recovery.
Shout out to everybody, man. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. So somebody just asked me, did I see Elon Musk at the rally, bro? He was jumping. He was so happy, bro. This is the richest man in the world. The wealthiest man on the planet. According to Forbes, Elon Musk is the richest man in the world, and this man was jumping for excitement like a child for the legend, the OG, the 45th. Some people say he might be the 47th. Let's get it.
Recovery efforts.
I'm actually impressed with how much attention was paid to a region that wasn't likely to have experienced the impact that they did. For anybody who thinks that any level of government, anybody here, could have been prepared precisely for what we're dealing with here, clearly are clueless. But right now, I'm out here to say that we're doing a good job.
So he and others are saying, please, to the former president and to others, stop spreading misinformation because it's hurting people in North Carolina.
I'm so glad to hear that he feels that way, but it's coming directly from people there. You can go online and you can look at videos of people recording themselves and posting online saying, we need help. No one has come here. We have nothing. And no one has even addressed the situation in my neighborhood or my area. So I'm glad to hear that he feels very good about that. And I hope that we hear more of that. I want them to recover there as soon as possible. And it's tragic, the loss of life that we've already seen. I think that number, sadly, is going to continue to go higher. And it's a tragedy all around.
I want to turn to something that we learned this week about from prosecutors on Donald Trump's role in trying to overturn the election results in 2020. When Mike Pence's life was in jeopardy, an aide told prosecutors that Trump said, quote, "So what?" Do you think that's an appropriate response to the notion that his vice president's life appeared to be in danger?
Well, I think that this is a ridiculous ploy, of course, in 30 days to an election to try and dissuade people from voting for Donald Trump. You know, the January 6th situation has been amplified to a level that I don't think is almost believable to so many people right now, when they're struggling to put food on the table for their families, when they're struggling to fill up their gas tanks, when you have...
Man, these people keep going back to 2020, 4 years ago. People are devastated by Hurricane Helen, and we're going back to 2020. You need to be saying everything that you can to further the conversation to get help to the people who have been affected by Hurricane Helen, not going back to 2020. Man, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, man.
Dog and cat euthanization rates at an all-time high right now because people are going to have to turn over their animals because they can't afford to have a family pet right now. When you have wars breaking out around the world, this is not the top concern for the people of this country. And the fact that this is coming to the forefront just speaks volumes about the fact that the Democrats probably don't feel good about their candidate of Kamala Harris. This is not the main concern of the American people. They want their affordable life back. They want jobs back. They want their country back, and they want their safety and security back. And they know who brought it to them. It's Donald J. Trump.
Let me talk about where we are right now, because we are 30 days away from an election. So let's look ahead to how Donald Trump will respond to the results of this election. Polls, of course, show that it is very, very close. It could go either way. Is there any circumstance in which Donald Trump would accept a defeat and concede?
Well, of course, if he feels that this is a free, fair, and transparent election, which, by the way, is my #1 goal at the RNC. You mentioned at the top, I am the co-chair of the Republican National Committee, and our #1 charge has been trying to make sure that we restore faith in our electoral process. There were a lot of people after 2020 all across this country who felt like maybe they couldn't trust that system. We want to restore the faith in that because it is really foundational, Dana, to who we are as a country, as American citizens. Every vote matters and every vote counts. And we have extended this offer to our friends across the aisle at the DNC. Please, at the DNC, please come join us in this pursuit of election integrity. And so we want every person to feel when they go vote in America, whether they're voting Republican, Democrat, or third-party candidate, their vote matters and their vote counts. And assuming everything is free, fair, and transparent, absolutely. If Donald Trump loses this election, he has said himself he will be happy to accept those results.
Part of the reason why people are so unsure about what happened in 2020 is because Donald Trump claimed that it wasn't a free and fair election. And there is no evidence to prove that. There were, 60 lawsuits where lawyers like the ones that you're hiring went through the process, which he had every right to do, and there was no evidence of widespread fraud. His Attorney General, Bill Barr, said that again. So it sounds like you're setting up the same question of free and fair when that is what we saw. So again, do you see a scenario where he will take a different approach this election year?
Well, we are setting things up differently from the RNC standpoint. And we, instead of having to respond days, weeks, or months later to any issue that we might have, are going to have people in the room every time a vote is cast and counted so that we can ensure if there is any question about anything, we're addressing it right then in that moment. And we're not waiting later. Those lawsuits you referenced, by the way, the vast majority of them were not dismissed based on merit. They were dismissed on clerical errors. And if you go back and look at that election, let's just be honest. Everybody watching this understands that was a very different, very unique election. Laws were changed state by state illegally. It's the state legislature that decides the voting laws in each state. That didn't happen, and it was because of COVID-19. You had poll watchers who had to stand across a room and couldn't even see anything going on. You had massive information coming out that people just said, I don't understand what's going on here, and we never got answers to that. We're trying to rectify that right now. And we are hoping that 2024 is the year and going forward that people trust our electoral process once again. Again, it is our number one focus.
I want to say that there were more than 60 cases. They weren't clerical issues. And the thing that people need to understand is that if there was widespread fraud, as the former president still claims, he would have had to give evidence. And no judge saw evidence. His own attorney general didn't see evidence of that fraud.
He is smart, well-spoken, calm, cool, precise, obviously brilliant. Man, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, man.
Welcome back to The Lead. I'm Jake Tapper. We are in an unprecedented era where technology has vastly outpaced the ability of the public to recognize deepfakes, and even more so, lapped lawmakers, many of whom frankly seem unable to manage their email. Take, for example, what you're watching right now. I'm actually not Jake. I'm a deepfake Jake, a deep Jake, if you will, created by comedian Danny Polishuk, who has only been using AI for 2 weeks. The fact that I seem so real suggests that real mischief and serious damage could be done with this technology were it to be so utilized in the U.S. as it has been for bad purposes abroad.
Okay, real life Jake here now. AI-generated images, audio, and video such as that have slowly been creeping into American political campaigns. In Indiana, Senator Mike Braun, a Republican running for governor, was running this TV ad against his Democratic opponent, Jennifer McCormick, featuring this image of her standing at a rally against gas stoves. The image looks perfectly real, but it is fake. It's been digitally altered. McCormick called for it to be taken down, saying it, quote, violates.
Bro, what did I just watch? Oh my goodness. Of course, it's during this period towards the election time and election day that these types of things come up. Of course. Of course. Double tap the screen, subscribe to the channel. You know what time it is. Let's get it.
It's the principles of transparency and integrity voters deserve in campaign advertising by changing the text on the signs in voters' hands, unquote. The Braun campaign originally said that their ads were compliant with the new Indiana law that prohibits the use of digitally altered media in campaign messages unless there's a disclosure. They have since replaced that image altogether. But seriously, welcome to the Wild West of TV ads, where technology allows falsehoods to be depicted as fact, blazing unethical trails around the world. FBI Director Christopher Wray has warned about foreign actors using this technology against America.
This election cycle, the U.S. will face more adversaries moving at a faster pace and enabled by new technology. Advances in generative AI, for instance, are lowering the barrier to entry, making it easier for both more and less sophisticated foreign adversaries to engage in malign influence.
But forget foreign adversaries for a second, because Americans are already doing it to Americans. A year ago, the Republican National Committee ran this ad depicting San Francisco getting shut down and other dystopian, completely fake images of this future where Biden is reelected. CNN's Donnie O'Sullivan showed this to voters, and they could not tell it was fake.
So all the images in that ad were actually created using AI, artificial intelligence.
Wow. And since then, the technology has only gotten better. Voters in New Hampshire earlier this year got a robocall in January from someone working for Democratic challenger Congressman Dean Phillips. The AI-generated voice sounded like President Biden telling New Hampshire voters, don't vote in the primary.
We know the value of voting Democratic when our votes count. It's important that you save your vote for the November election. We'll need your help in electing Democrats up and down the ticket. Voting this Tuesday only enables the Republicans in their quest to elect Donald Trump again.
Now, Phillips distanced himself from the consultant who made that call and condemned it. Ron DeSantis' campaign, the Florida governor running against Donald Trump in the Republican presidential primary, used fake images of Trump embracing Dr. Anthony Fauci, and the DeSantis Never Back Down PAC used an AI-generated Trump voice to read one of his actual tweets.
I opened up the governor position for Kim Reynolds, in which she fell behind. I endorsed her.
But now supporters of Trump are in on it, spreading fake images of Trump among black voters. A Trump campaign manager also shared this video last year with fake audio from a very real NBC reporter.
Nobody cares about these bull rhino debates, especially when you know that Donald Trump is going to kick some ass tonight.
Abroad, AI deepfakes have hit Bangladesh, where a fake image of a lawmaker in the conservative Muslim-majority country showed her in a bathing suit, not actually her. Video in Moldova of the pro-Western president supporting a pro-Kremlin party, and so much more. The federal government here in the United States has no law against this. Some states are trying to keep up. Indiana has that law requiring disclosure for ads that use AI images. But even the Braun campaign ad that complied with the law has a disclosure that's frankly tough to read. And frankly, it's a pretty weak effort. The fake image is much stronger, much more memorable. That RNC ad from last year also had a disclaimer, but some people still couldn't even see it. They couldn't tell the difference.
Oh, I'm blind. I
don't think I would have known that was made with AI if you hadn't said anything.
Trump himself even circulated fake AI images of Taylor Swift supporters proclaiming their support for Trump. His sharing of those fake images was, in fact, cited by Taylor Swift when she announced her decision to endorse Kamala Harris. But beyond that, beyond Swift endorsing Harris, there's really been little accountability for anyone campaigning whose lies now include fake images that look all too real. Now, I first heard of the comedian who made the AI of me at the top of the segment when he made some deepfakes of me that I wasn't particularly a fan of. But it sure looked and it sure sounded like me. So to help illustrate the potential problem here, I asked him to make that AI that we showed you at the top of this. I want to bring in Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota, who is very concerned about the ability of people using AI to fool voters, and she and others have introduced the, quote, Protect Elections from Deceptive AI Act to try to address those concerns. So, Senator, what can be done? What does your legislation prescribe to stop voters from being fooled by what look like actual images of politicians doing things that they never did?
So, Jake, digitally altered and AI ads have the potential to completely upend our elections. You got a flavor of it in New Hampshire when you had the fake voice of pretend Joe Biden telling people not to vote. That was criminally investigated because it involved voting. And now you're starting to see little by little by little ads in states and other races, which I predicted, which is using AI in a deceptive fashion or using digital alteration. And that means it's not really the person you think, or they're at an event with signs, and it's not really the signs that were held up at the event to mislead voters into thinking they're bad. It's that simple. So what our bill would do, and I have two bills, one would require labeling, and 18 states have now done that, which is important, including red states like Utah and Mississippi and Indiana. And then there's also the bill to ban deepfakes. And that is a bill I have with Jake, Josh Hawley, as well as Susan Collins and a number of other people, that says if it's a serious deepfake, and I think some of these ads and videos that actually show people in fake surroundings that are not satire, they actually would qualify as being banned. And that would make it simpler, because then you aren't going to be, you're going to stop that kind of behavior. A number of platforms, including OpenAI, have actually endorsed and support our bill, because it gives them something to point to and say, we're not putting this stuff up.
Yeah, so, it's, I mean, the clock's ticking, right? I mean, more than, just about a month until the election. Why not? I mean, is there a holdup in the Senate? Is there appetite in the House for it? What's the holdup in the Senate?
I know you're going to be really surprised by this, but it's Mitch McConnell. The bill, actually, the two bills, the one with Senator Murkowski, the other one with Senator Hawley, made it through the Rules Committee and are now waiting on the floor. I asked for what we call unanimous consent. That was objected to by the Republicans. So the Democrats are fine with this. I have a few Republicans, and there is a companion bill in the House that's bipartisan. And we just can't sit there. We have a number of states that have no laws in place at all. There's no laws on a federal basis that govern the presidential campaigns, the Senate, or the congressional campaigns. Other countries are like, wait a minute, we're not allowing these fake things that lie to voters, so you have no idea who's on that ad. But not us. Right now, we're sitting there allowing these things to go forward. And at the very least, there should be labels throughout the ad or video so people know that they're digitally altered.
Well, what is obviously Josh Hawley, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski accepted, and anyone else who's on board with your bill accepted. What is the Republican opposition to this bill? Is it a First Amendment issue? What's their problem? I mean, I can't imagine that as Senator McConnell would think it's cool for deep fake ads to depict him doing things that he never did.
You got that right. It is. They're making a claim on First Amendment, political speech. But these ads are frauds. They show people doing things they're not doing. And if we don't have some rules in place, pretty soon they're going to dominate the internet. We have been really reasonable about this in that we've said we talked to Democratic lawyers, Republican lawyers. We made sure they followed existing law and the Constitution so that you allow parody, all kinds of things. But in this case, why do I think they're really stopping it? Because I think they're going to mess around the last month of the election, and you're already starting to see it happen with completely fake videos and ads. And it's now we are going to be at the mercy of the platforms about whether they're going to put labels on or take them down, and at the mercy of TV stations and some state laws, thankfully, that are in place in 18 states.
Looking for Democratic challenge.
Of course. The left is going to blame the right is going to blame the left. The same story every single time. But I do think there should be a law being passed concerning deep fakes or deep AI or whatever it's called. All right. Thank you for tuning in one more time. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. All right, let's listen to Fox talk about the legendary 45th in Valdosta.
Former President Trump was the first leader to travel to assess the damage, arriving in Georgia last week to help relief efforts. 2 days before President Biden and Vice President Harris decided to visit the Southeast to survey the damage.
Our country is in the final weeks of a hard-fought national election. But in a time like this, when a crisis hits, when our fellow citizens cry out in need, none of that matters. We're not talking about politics now. We have to all get together and get this solved.
Joining me now in the Sunday Morning Futures exclusive is former Hawaii Congresswoman and member of Trump's transition team, Tulsi Gabbard, who has been on the ground in North Carolina and Georgia helping the victims of Hurricane Helene. Tulsi, thanks very much for being here this morning.
Thanks, Maria.
Can you tell us what you have been experiencing and assess the situation from the ground?
It was heartbreaking there to see how many people still have been forgotten. And this is difficult to capture in words when you see entire towns and entire communities have literally disappeared with their lives, their homes, their businesses, their entire life savings swept away.
Tulsi Gabbard is presidential. This lady's future is so bright, and now I don't know if she's part of the GOP party or she's an independent. I don't know, but she has a bright future in politics. She's well spoken. She's a likable person. Of course, she's beautiful and she's reasonable. Man, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, man.
In this 20-foot wall of water that went through their communities. The sad thing is, Maria, I look back to what happened in Maui during the wake of the tragic historic fires there and the many layers of failures that came from FEMA. And I'm seeing the exact same thing play out here today. While Vice President Harris and Joe Biden claim to be doing all they can and providing all the resources possible, FEMA is out on the ground, they say. But when you go out into these rural communities, they have yet to see anyone with a FEMA jacket on knocking on their door saying, how can we help you? It is a slap in the face to these Americans to also then hear how the Secretary of Department of Homeland Security is saying, sorry, we don't have enough money because we are providing hundreds of millions of dollars to illegal immigrants and providing them with free rent, free housing, free food, and other entitlements. Meanwhile, these people have lost their homes, they've lost their vehicles, they've lost their businesses, and they're wondering how they're going to get by to tomorrow, what to speak of next week, next month, and next year. There are such a huge laundry list of the needs that they have. You look at power. So many of these communities are still without power. There are many small towns with hundreds or maybe 1,000 people who live in these towns. As you're seeing here in these images, they have yet to be able to get the power they need to be able to get access to water and water pumps and wells. They are wondering, where is FEMA? Where are the Army Corps of Engineers? Why haven't people come out there and started to do the necessary work that the volunteer firefighters are unable to do themselves? They're doing all that they possibly can, and they're wondering, where is our government? Why are they not here for us? This is just another example, unfortunately, of Vice President Harris and Joe Biden's American people come last policies, and we're feeling it firsthand.
It's so troubling, and I know, thank God for you and your nonprofit and all the other nonprofits out there, because they're not getting the help from Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, that's for sure. The update that we have is that your nonprofit has raised $200,000 from 2,064 individuals. Donations continue to come in. The White House is trying to tell us that no, this is two different pools of money. We didn't use FEMA money for the illegals, but Karine Jean-Pierre actually told us what they were doing back in 2022. Watch this. It's absolutely outrageous. Listen.
FEMA regional administrators have been meeting with city officials on site to coordinate available federal support from FEMA and other federal agencies. Funding is also available through FEMA's emergency food and shelter program to eligible local governments and non-for-profit organizations upon request to support humanitarian relief for migrants. We'll continue to do what we can as a federal government to support these cities as we rebuild our asylum processing system after it was gutted by the Trump administration.
Yeah, there you go. Busted and busted again, Tulsi. She just told us what she was doing in 2022. They've actually cleaned out the money because they gave it to illegals. Is this incompetence, or do they just not care?
Bro, what did I just listen to? Wait, We gonna have to run that back, man. Double tap your screen and subscribe to the channel, bro. Cause what? God God damn. All right.
It's absolutely outrageous. Listen.
FEMA regional administrators have been meeting with city officials on site to coordinate available federal support from FEMA and other federal agencies. Funding is also available through FEMA's emergency food and shelter program to eligible local governments and non-for-profit organizations upon request to support humanitarian relief for migrants. We'll continue to do what we can as a federal government to support these cities as we rebuild our asylum processing system after it was gutted by the Trump administration.
Yeah, there you go. Busted and busted again, Tulsi. She just told us what she was doing in 2022. They've actually cleaned out the money because they gave it to illegals. Is this incompetence or do they just not care?
You know, we can't say that this incompetence, because incompetence implies that you do care and you've made your best effort, but you have failed. They have made very clear their priorities all along. And unfortunately, it's the American people and our fellow Americans who are in the most dire need in this moment of disaster who are feeling the consequences of that. They've created these open borders. They've provided our taxpayer dollars. You've seen how people are saying, yeah, you know, I get up to 2 years of free rent. They're giving me money for food and they're giving me money to support the family, coming from illegal immigrants who are saying this. That's coming from this Harris-Biden administration. My heart broke over and over again, Maria, as I was speaking to these families who've poured their life savings into their little local small business, into building a life in these small rural communities there in the mountains of North Carolina. And they literally have absolutely nothing and don't even know whether insurance will cover it. Many of them don't even have insurance because they don't get these kinds of floods there. This is the kind of assistance that FEMA exists for, to be able to provide support to our fellow Americans in their greatest time of need. And bottom line is they're not there for them.
Unbelievable. Congresswoman, let me just ask you this, because you were a Democrat at one point. You have been traveling the country with Bobby Kennedy. You saw Elon Musk yesterday with President Trump. Do you believe that the GOP is expanding its tent under President Trump?
Yes. The short answer is yes. You know, when I joined the Democratic Party over 20 years ago, one of the reasons why I joined that party,
I don't know who y'all gonna be voting for when this lady runs for office, but she has my vote. Tulsi Gabbard, you have Janice's vote, 100%. She's well-spoken, common sense, 100%. Man, you are amazing, Tulsi Gabbard. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Let's listen to the awesome Tulsi Gabbard.
was because it was a big open tent party that stood up for free speech and civil liberties and welcomed people from different backgrounds. It was a party that stood for peace. You fast forward to where we are today. Now that party is no longer recognizable, and you have, under President Trump's leadership, what is now a big open tent party where people are welcomed in, not because we agree on every issue. We don't. We disagree on some issues and maybe some serious issues, but we are standing together around the most important ones that are essential to all of us as Americans. You heard President Trump talk about that yesterday. Elon Musk, it's what Bobby Kennedy and I are sharing with people across the country, that it is freedom. It is the well-being and interests of the American people, peace, prosperity, and security for all of us.
All right. Tulsi, it's great to have you this morning. Please come back soon. Thank you.
I look forward to it. Thanks, Maria.
Former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here.
Thank you for tuning in one more time. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. When people come in the chat and say, well, he's lying, she's lying, they're lying. Lying about what precisely? Can you be precise about what you say they're lying about in the chat, please? Thank you. Okay, so let's take it to another level. Let's go overseas for a couple of minutes. Let's go to Israel and see what's going on in Israel.
Welcome back. The October 7th attack shocked the world when Hamas and other Palestinian militant groups broke through the Gaza-Israel barrier that day. They not only massacred over 1,000 Israelis and took hundreds more hostage, they also ignited a complex war that continues to keep the Middle East on edge a year later. Tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians are dead. The fighting continues in Gaza and on the Israel-Lebanon border. No ceasefire is on the horizon. We'll cover that war in its entirety tonight, and we're going to start with the day that it all began. Once Hamas attacked, reporters in the region were immediately dispatched to horrific scenes in southern Israel. This satellite photo showing the burn scars outside Gaza that day. Nicole Zedek was there. She's a Tel Aviv-based correspondent for I-24 News. She's been covering this war since day one. Welcome in.
Thanks, Austin.
You posted this on October 7th en route to Ashkelon. Nicole, did you know what you were heading toward during this car ride?
Absolutely not. I think this image was when I got a sense of what we might be heading towards, because when you look at that plume of smoke and we're driving towards the smoke, this road is empty right now. Everyone was driving away northbound, more towards Tel Aviv, while we're driving south towards the danger. I was on call as a reporter on that Saturday, thinking that I would likely have a calm Saturday and not get called into work at all. Over 6:30 a.m., that's when my phone started getting notification after notification. It was not only our work message here at I-24 News with message after message, everyone asking, does anyone have the latest news updates? But it was also all of the red alerts in the south indicating that there were rockets coming. And the minute that I saw that at 6:30 a.m., I knew that something massive was happening. And that's when I popped out of bed and headed right to the station. And once we were there, that's when we started driving south. And so when we were initially in the car, I had no indication of what we were responding to, because the state of Israel did not know what they were responding to. And so we're trying to get as much information as we can, but it wasn't until those images and footage started circulating around social media of Hamas terrorists in the back of pickup trucks driving around some of these southern cities that's when we got an idea. But I still didn't fully understand how to combat that and how to report on that. I remember even messaging my boss at the time as we were driving in the car heading towards the south, towards Ashkelon. I said, I know what to do for the rocket attacks. We're going to go towards a bomb shelter, but what is the protocol for Hamas infiltration if there's terrorists on the ground? And my boss said, make sure you stay near a shelter. And it was this moment that I realized that the entire country was in an unprecedented reality, and no one had ever really reported on an incident like this. And that's when I did have more of an inkling that I didn't know, because no one could know what we were going into.
This is 5 days after the attack, bodies still on the ground. You're doing what reporters do, relaying the horrible reality in front of you. You say in this post, don't look away, because I had to see it with my own eyes. Nicole, I think people forget some of the uncomfortable details in a year's time. Remind us, what did you see with your own eyes that week?
Austin, on October 6th, I was not a war correspondent, but quickly on October 7th, every journalist in the country and all of those that came to fly in to cover this war as well, we all became war journalists. Some might have other experience covering conflicts around the world, but truly this was my first experience covering a conflict of this scale and of this nature. So when I tell you I saw some of my first dead bodies while I was live on TV and we're driving through the South, and I have to apologize to the viewers for the graphic images on their screens, it was an apology to not only them, but to myself as well, because no one should have to see that. But as a journalist, we are tasked with being there in the front lines, and as graphic as these images are right there, I'm standing next to a body that's in a sleeping bag, one of the bodies in the southern community of Gaza. And as graphic as it is, I think for a coverage like this, it was still important to show viewers what was happening there and that this was the reality, because you can hear from someone like me so much and say, this is what we're seeing. But for them to actually see that as well, I think that's what really speaks to the viewers the most. And so that's what we tried to do, to show them what was actually happening on the ground. And I want to note, Austin, also, I think the fact that I did come into it as a less versed war correspondent, I do think that spoke to a lot of people. And so when you talk about people forgetting that reporters are human beings too, when you come to the site of something like this, any war and any conflict around the world, but especially something like this, where people were not killed, they were murdered, they were butchered, they were raped, and you're seeing that and you're reacting as a human being, I do think that that speaks to viewers around the world and can give them a little bit more of that humanity, because at the end of the day, it is our job to also show the humanity that is impacted when we're covering these conflict zones.
Such a tough assignment. Nicole, another big thing here. Viewers may remember this. There was a controversy at the beginning of this war about a horribly disturbing notion that 40 babies had been beheaded during the October 7th attack. It feels like semantics at this point because children and infants were killed that day, but there was a lot of discussion over whether that claim was true. The claim even made it to the White House. What people may not realize, though, is that you were the reporter that was originally cited with that information, but the information that spread wasn't exactly what you reported, correct? What happened?
Words definitely did get twisted here, and I think you're correct to note that this is semantics. And I think people need to realize that this was on October 10th, 3 days after October 7th. And it was the first time that the Israeli forces let anyone into one of these kibbutz communities in southern Israel, one of the massacred communities. And the reason that we were only let in on October 10th was because that morning was when they had finally cleared the community from Hamas terrorists after going house to house. And so they wanted us to get in as quickly as possible to show us what was happening. And there were soldiers all over the ground walking us through as we were going through Kfar Aza and telling us what they had just experienced over the battle there for the past 24 hours. And I was speaking to one of the commanders as he was walking us through, and he told me, I saw babies with their heads cut off. He said, I think we carried out 40 children in body bags while we've been here. Now, after saying that, I do want to note that even if this was not the actual reality of what might have happened that day, of course, as my job as a reporter, I'm going to say exactly what these firsthand accounts, what these commanders told me. And the graphic images that they saw also, I do not think that he was lying. I do not think that he was trying to exaggerate the truth. But also after 24 hours, not only fighting in Kfar Aza, but the dozens of other communities that were massacred, I'm sure that his reality was warped at the time as well. And so the fact that the semantics of this was so noted and so blown out of proportion, this is exactly what he said. We have the clips of it as well that we continue to show to the world. And as much as it might have gotten blown out of proportion, perhaps, I am happy that it did catch people's attention and at least draw some attention as to what was really happening there on the ground in some of these communities.
You know, let's make something clear. You're an American. You're from Colorado. You and I crossed paths reporting in Alabama a couple years ago. What's something that you wish Americans knew about this war? What's something that's impossible to grasp unless you're actually in the region?
I think what's so difficult for people to grasp is that nobody wants this war. Not the Israelis, not the Palestinians, not the Jews, Arabs, Christians, atheists that all live in the state of Israel. This is not a Jew versus non-Jew war, and I think that's often how it is portrayed in the media. Or this is not a colonizer going after something else. There's so much more complications when it comes to this conflict in the Middle East that has been going on for decades now. But I do think people don't realize how nobody wants this, and how for the vast majority of the state of Israel, they are living in coexistence. I see it on all of the different neighbors that I go and see every day as we're walking around here throughout the country. And so the fact that it has gone on for a year now, it's very difficult. It's difficult for all of the parties involved. And when people look at this, it's easy to forget the human beings that are involved in this. And I wish that people back home in the United States would remember that the toll that it is impacting on everyone, and really the human aspect, because that's what we have to remember when you start going after both sides and who did this and getting all of your emotions, but twisting those emotions, you do have to remember that on both sides there are human beings.
So we just watched Iran's second direct attempt at striking Israel with a barrage of missiles. Basically, your entire country was under a red alert during that time. Communities from northern to southern Israel under those alerts regularly because of Hamas and Hezbollah, by the way. What's the procedure, Nicole, when these alerts go off? Do Israelis develop a level of numbness to it? Maybe the answer is different depending on what part of the country you're in.
I think that answer absolutely is different depending on what part of the country you're in. I can give you perspective because I was here in Tel Aviv at the I-24 News studio during this exact attack. And it's interesting. We get the choice to stay in studio at I-24, where our studio is based. When a red alert sound, you say, okay, do you either want to stay in studio or do you want to go to the bomb shelter? And in Tel Aviv, you have a minute and a half to go to the bomb shelter. Now, when there's rockets fired from Hamas, we typically stay in studio, as sometimes the damage is not caused. It's not as great when they're fired from Hamas. Hezbollah rockets from the north are a little bit different. Sometimes they can cause some more damage, as they are more of these Iranian-funded, Iranian-made projectiles. But if they're actually coming from Iran, and we saw 180 ballistic missiles fired from there, this is a different breadth. And we did see the damage that they were able to cause on that day. And so in the I-24 studio, once we did have the news that they were fired from Iran ballistic missiles, that was the turning point when most people did decide to go to the shelter. And so when we say, what's the procedure for something like this, you realize how complicated that question is, because there are so many different Iranian proxies constantly firing at Israel. And so first you have to do the due diligence to realize, where is this projectile coming from? Who fired it? What is the scope of the damage it might cause? And then that's going to tell you exactly how to react. But for the general public, when any sirens go off, you're going to run to your...
One thing is for sure, this is hard to watch, sad to see. These are people. They may not live in the United States, but they are people living here. And it's just sad to see. I just hope this stops, like now, if possible, or as fast as it can. We need this to stop. And, just peace, bro. It's just peace. Peace worldwide. We need peace worldwide. This is 2024, man. All of this stuff shouldn't be happening, but it's sad. It is happening.
Shelter, whether that be a staircase if you don't have a bomb shelter in your apartment building, whether that be an underground parking lot, or whether that be a actual bomb shelter that's built into your apartment building. This is going to depend on people all across the country. In Tel Aviv and central Israel, we're lucky to have a minute and a half. And I know that doesn't sound like a lot of time. That's about the amount of time that it takes to make a bag of popcorn in the microwave. But during that amount of time, that's when you can go to your safe place. The residents in northern Israel and southern Israel, they don't have that luxury. They have about 10 seconds max to try and get to a safe place.
So we talk about Israelis getting missile alerts. We must also talk about Palestinian civilians in Gaza who, since October 7th, have been displaced, their communities destroyed, their lives changed forever, tens of thousands of civilians dead. The IDF carrying all of this out in the pursuit of eliminating Hamas and rescuing the hostages. We'll get to the hostages in a moment, but can you describe Israeli public sentiment about Gaza's condition? I know no one in Israel is going to be upset about crushing Hamas, but is there a conversation among the Israeli public about the collateral damage, Nicole?
There is this conversation, and it really depends who you ask, Austin, and you're going to see both sides of this, where you do see in the streets calls for a ceasefire, calls for Israel to evacuate, but this does go hand in hand oftentimes here in Israel with the plight of the hostages, and it's hard to take that out when you are hearing these calls for a ceasefire. But on the other hand, you do hear more and more aggressive calls from Israelis to continue to go after and eradicate Hamas, and with that being some of the Palestinian civilians as well. And it's such a difficult point to note, Austin, but when we are talking about this, there's so many innocent Palestinian civilians who have taken heed to these evacuation orders and have been displaced, moving from area to area throughout the past year. However, the sentiment also here in Israel is that not all of these quote-unquote civilians are innocent. When we saw on October 7th, it was not just Hamas terrorists who raided into these southern Israeli communities. That was the first wave. But after the Hamas did break in through the barrier fence between Gaza and Israel, we saw civilians come through as well. And that's when they ransacked and burnt some of these Israeli villages on fire. And they're not affiliated with Hamas, but they do support Hamas. And even as some of those hostages were brought back into the streets of Gaza, we saw images of Gazans cheering as dead Israeli bodies were driven through the streets. And so when you speak to some of the Israelis here, they say that it is justified because even if some of these civilians are not actively involved in Hamas, they are supporters of Hamas. But really, when you see these images of some of the sites in Gaza, it is a complicated situation. And I do want to say it depends on exactly who you're talking to here in Israel.
Let's talk about some of what we've been seeing in Israel throughout the course of this war. No doubt you've seen these images. They happen on the regular. Protests have become commonplace in your city of Tel Aviv. These are protests calling for an immediate hostage deal. Those are not the only protests, but largely what we hear about regularly is the ones that are calling for an immediate ceasefire and to bring the hostages home. Are these protests being heard by the government? How is the government responding to these images and these voices?
Over the past year, we've seen these protests start as protests for the plight of the hostages, people calling, demanding that they be brought back home. But as these protests have come to the streets week after week, we are seeing them become more political in their messaging. They're becoming more anti-government protests as well. And even though we've seen some of the largest displays of public demonstrations in the course of Israel's history, while the government might be taking note, they're not necessarily taking action because they say at the end of the day, while we're seeing these strong displays, this is not everyone in the state of Israel coming out to these streets. So it is once again complicated when it comes to the Israeli government because these protests are becoming more anti-government. And so they're trying not to bring too much attention to the protests, even though these exact images are what you're seeing really take over media by storm as well.
You know, and it's interesting you say that because that was another point of curiosity for me was how has their messaging evolved as the months have progressed? So would you say it's become more anti-government over time?
These have absolutely become more anti-government. I think in the first several weeks and months of this war, the state of Israel was very united. And this came after months before October 7th, when the country was starting to be pretty divided, when we saw these exact anti-government demonstrations taking over the streets of Tel Aviv once again. But then October 7th happened, and the country all came together. But as the hostages continued to stay in Gaza, and for many of the people that are coming to these demonstrations, they say it looks like the Israeli government has no clear plan on the day after in Gaza and how to actually end this war. And so they're just seeing this continuation of war. Well, over the months, we have seen them become much more political, the messaging much more political at these demonstrations. And so they do go hand in hand from what we're seeing, because we are still seeing the images of the hostages, these family members begging for any sort of a deal to get their loved ones' homes. But they say it doesn't seem like this government is the one that's going to get that deal. So in order for a hostage deal to go through, they want to see this government go out, so that a different government might be able to come in and make something happen on the table to get a ceasefire and the hostages back to Israel.
Is there any reliable way to know if this is a vocal minority that's participating in these protests? Do we know if this is a popular sentiment among the Israeli public at large?
It's difficult to tell. We can look at the numbers, though, of the people who are coming out to the streets of these protests. At one point, I'll say what we see on a regular weekly basis. We usually see these demonstrations taking place on a Saturday night, and we'll see tens of thousands of people coming out in display. Now, a few weeks ago, when we did see those 6 Israeli hostages, including the Israeli-American Hirsch Goldberg Polin, their bodies brought back to Israel, we saw one of the largest demonstrations in the country's history. That's when we saw an estimated 500,000 people take to the streets. And that was a key turning point for many people. However, as the war does continue, despite this turning point and despite the mass protest that we saw for some sort of a deal to come through, it doesn't seem like this is necessarily the majority of Israel. And we look at different polls and different numbers, there is still this not total unison on how Israel should continue with the war. And so truly it does also depend on which party you're speaking to and where these people are located. But for the family members that are going out there day by day, week by week, month by month, it makes sense that this is the anger and the frustration for a year that they've been trying to voice and trying to gather the attention. So even if it is the vocal minority, it does make sense the voices that we are hearing so passionately and why it does grab the media attention.
Got to ask you a personal question before we go. As I mentioned, you're an American who had recently moved to Israel for work. Not only were you thrust into a new culture, but also thrust into having a front seat to a conflict with huge international stakes. What comes to mind when you're asked the question, what have you learned?
A big question, Austin. I've learned quite a bit over the past year of this coverage, and I have learned how important it is and how much I value my fellow reporters and correspondents as well that are here in Israel doing this job every day to try and get the messaging out. And especially when I do look at some of the international headlines, the skewing some of what is happening here, it does make it difficult because us that are actually here in Israel, we're on the front lines. We're seeing it with our own eyes, and we're speaking to sources who also live here. But when you look at some of the international coverage and it's distorting the actual events, that's what's been difficult for me to see. And I realize how important it is for journalists to actually be here and tell the story and give a voice to the people that are here and have their stories be told as well. I think that's the most important lesson that I've learned, and to continue to do that and be on the ground and really give a voice despite what some of these international bodies might be saying. The only people that know what is really happening here are the people that are living through it. And so that's our job, to give them a voice and give them a platform to share their experience.
Nicole Zedek.
Man, it is a sad sight to see. And of course, back home here, we were affected by Hurricane Helen. If you were affected by Hurricane Helen, I hope you are back home. We are back home now after 7 days without power. We had to go to another city like 2 hours away. I took my daughter, so we had power and hot water for my daughter so she could take a shower and all that stuff. You know what I mean? These times are not easy times, 100%. But I just hope you stay strong. God be with you. Don't ever stop believing in God and yourself. All right. So as we all know, that's another one. Okay, as we all know, the legendary 45th. Some people say he might be the 47. He had a rally at Wisconsin. Let's listen to the rally at Wisconsin right now.
Wow, thank you. Thank you. Amazing. Thank you very much. And a very, very big hello to Wisconsin. It's great to be back. Before I start, they say that Wisconsin is probably the toughest of the swing states to win. I don't think so at all. I don't think so. We have got the biggest crowd.
Bro, listen to that roar. USA, USA. Bro, there is no way he ain't finna be the 47th. Look, I'm sorry, okay? He is about to be the 47th.
They've never seen crowds like this. This is unbelievable, actually. I could be anywhere right now. I could be beautiful beaches. I could be all over the world, and I'd rather be right here. What's more beautiful? We are going to win the greatest election in history. And it's incredible to be back in this beautiful state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots, which is what you are just 30 days from now. We're going to win the state of Wisconsin. We're going to defeat Kamala Harris. And we are going to make America great again. We're going to do it. We're going to do it, and quickly. We're going to do it quickly. And when we win, it will be considered the greatest political victory in American history. You know that, right? I saw that. I saw that. I've never really said it that way. I've said it a lot of different ways, but not that way. And I saw one of these Democrat, I guess congressmen in this case, he said, if he does this, because we're leading in all the polls, we're leading everywhere. Leading in Wisconsin, too, by the way, which is very important. You see, because this is the ultimate poll. When you get this many people, this is the ultimate poll. But, they had this congressman, he said, if he does this, it's going to be like the greatest political win in the history of our country. And I said, wow, that's great. I love that. We love that, Troy, don't we? So it will be incredible. And I think we're going to have something that's going to be amazing. The world is going to be watching, and we're 30 days away. 30 days away. So you have to get it. But we had an incredible evening last night in Butler, Pennsylvania. It was a beautiful evening. It was a very different kind of an evening. It was a tribute to a very brave firefighter, Corey. He was a real Trumper. Corey was a Trumper. He was a MAGA guy. He was an America First guy. He had the whole deal going with the outfits, the hats. He had everything. He was great, and his whole family is great. But he really, look at it the way I look at it, he sacrificed his life in an attack 12 weeks ago, and you have to look at what happened last night. We had over 100,000 people show up in beautiful little Butler. It's little Butler. But beautiful Butler, Pennsylvania. We had a crowd, and this is a hell of a crowd too, I have to tell you. It's happening all over. But we had 100,000 people, and there was love, and I had a fantastic Christopher. I had a great opera singer, and he went up and he sang Ave Maria. You saw that. We had a short moment of silence, and then the bells rang, and they said, where do we get bells? I said, why don't we just take them off the Cathedral of Notre Dame? He said, those are good bells, and you actually have tapes. So we said, let's use them. Maybe nobody's going to find out. We had these magnificent bells ring, and then Christopher got up, one of the best opera singers I've ever heard, and he got up and sang Ave Maria during this moment of silence. It was an unbelievable evening, and we have something to show you the kind of crowd we had last night. It was really something special. So let's put it up if we can. Picture. That was unbelievable. They used the wrong picture. It's the same picture, but they have the two side things are so stupid. But that's what we have that every once in a while, right? We have that. That seldom happens, but you got the gist of it. It was an unbelievable crowd, so unbelievable, and there was a lot of love in the room, and it was really an honor of somebody. So that was a different kind of an evening. I'll tell you, that was an evening to celebrate somebody who had died, and this is an evening a day to celebrate just really greatness, because we're going to have We're going to have something so special happen. We've never seen anything like it. You can go around any place in the country now, and you have signs all over the place, Trump and Trump. And by the way, how good did J.D. Vance do the other night? Right? That was a good pick. That was a good pick. That was a very good pick. But from the very beginning of this journey, I've been on a mission to rescue our nation from a failed and corrupt political establishment and corrupt people, frankly. They are the most corrupt people. That's the most corrupt group I've ever seen, ever. Nobody's ever seen a group like that. And to give you back the country you believe in, the country that you were born in, and the country that you deserve. And in that mission, I will never quit, I will never bend, I will never break, and I will never yield. I'm like these guys over here from Texas. And like I really believe all of us, we say, not even in the face of death itself, I will not. This is so important what we're doing. We're saving our country. This country's in big trouble. We're a failing nation. We are a failing nation. We're a nation in decline. We're a nation in distress. And we're going to get it fixed very quickly. But
one thing is for sure, Trump has made another star in J.D. Vance, for real. People are resonating with Trump heavy. This election is a different one. This is different from 2016, 2020. This is different. A lot of people are going wild right now for this guy. And it's like, why? Why is there so much support for this guy right now? Can anybody put it in the chat? Why is so many people supporting this guy right now? Why do you think so? Put it in the chat, man. Let's get it. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel.
you know what? If we have to go with another 4 years of these people, and she's worse than Biden, in my opinion. First of all, I think Biden is actually far more intelligent, if you can believe that. Can you believe it? I think he's more intelligent than she is. Ay, ay, ay. But I'm putting everything on the line to fight for you, and we're going to fight for you, and we're all going to win together. It's going to be the greatest win in the history of our country. I believe that. I believe it. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm only asking you to do one thing. We don't even need your money. Keep your money. Just go out and vote. Get everybody involved. Go and get them involved. Kamala Harris, you know, I tell people, I say, you can't use the name Harris. Nobody knows who the hell she is. You say Harris. You say, if you say Harris, they say, who's Harris? I don't know what it is. The name doesn't catch on. So we'll use the word Kamala. Kamala. But Kamala is a disastrous, radical, and grossly incompetent vice president who has betrayed our country and the people she swore an oath to.
This man, bro, he says, keep your money. He was the first, well, one of the first politicians to say, keep your money. We don't need your money. What? What politician talks like that? Who have you heard talk like that? Keep your money. We don't need your money. A politician? Man, double tap your screen now. You know what time it is. Subscribe. Let's get it.
She was our border czar. And you know what? She doesn't want to call that, so let's not call her that. She was in charge of the border, okay? It's the worst border in the history of the world. They announced last week that 13,099 murderers were released during their term. They then tried to say, well, it wasn't really good. And somebody released it, and we don't know who, but it was a patriot that released it because she got up and tried to say that when she's in, she's going to do this, she's going to do that. Why the hell didn't she do it 4 years ago, right? But she threw open our border, destroyed the middle class, and now as our citizens are suffering from catastrophic hurricane, I mean, this hurricane has been a bad one. Kamala Harris has left them stranded. This is the worst response to a storm or a catastrophe or a hurricane that we've ever seen, ever. Probably worse than Katrina, and that's hard to beat, right? Worse than Katrina. They didn't do too good a job either, but this is worse. And she sends their money to foreign nations. He and she, they send hundreds of billions of dollars. They send hundreds of billions of dollars to foreign nations. And you know what they're giving our people? $750. 700. Here, Tyson. This is the worst response, I think. Troy, what do you think? The worst? Never saw one like this. This guy, Troy, is good, but I'm going to bring him up. This guy, he's got a brother who might be better. I don't know. He might be. He's damn good. I'll tell you what a group we have up here. The Patriots, you know, the patriotism, all we want to do is take our country back and fix it. We want to fix our country. Right? That's all we want to do. Is that asking so much? Time and time again, Kamala has proven that she cannot be trusted and she can't do the job. First of all, she's grossly incompetent. I don't care. She doesn't do interviews. They said, why doesn't she do? Because she isn't competent. She can't answer the question. She can't answer anything. And I don't know, you know, they want to do 60 Minutes. Remember I had it out with them last time because they had the laptop from hell and they said it was from Russia. I said, no, it was from Hunter. I turned out to be right. Remember Leslie Stahl? She's another real heavyweight. Leslie Stahl, we got into like an argument on 60 Minutes, and I turned out to be right. But to the best of my knowledge, I have not received an apology. That was a big deal at the time. She said, how dare you? You shouldn't say that. This was from Russia. I said, it wasn't from Russia. It was from Hunter. Oh, it's terrible. So we're waiting for an apology. They want to do it again. I'll do it again, but they got to apologize. Don't you think I should make them apologize for it? If you want a president who inundates your towns with illegal alien criminals, and by the way, every town and every little city and every big city, frankly, are petrified. Even if they haven't arrived yet, they will be, because you're talking about 21 million people at least just during this 3.5-year period. If you want someone who steals your wealth and abandons your family when the flood's waters rise, those flood waters rise and they were gone. They haven't seen anybody from the federal government yet. The federal government isn't there. And by the way, how good a guy is Elon Musk? Right? You saw him last night. How good? I mean, that guy, I didn't know anything about it. I get a call from a really good person in North Carolina. They said, the people, there's no communication. They said, do you know a man named Elon Musk? I said, yeah, I do, actually. He endorsed me very strongly, and we love him. He's a smart cook. He's a little different, too. He's a little different. But he is one smart cook. He sends the rocket ships up. First time I ever saw the engines coming down. I said, what was that? Well, would like to be able to save the engines. It makes a lot of sense, but I never saw anything like that. This guy's unbelievable. So what happens is, he was there last night, by the way. He got the biggest hand you've ever seen. People love him. But they said, do you know Elon Musk? He didn't know. And I said, yeah, I do. Why? What do you need? He said, they have something called Starlink. Starlink. He said, we have no communication in North Carolina. People are dying. Like 500 people are missing. It's a disaster. The federal government is doing, the White House is doing nothing. They've abandoned us. And you know, it's largely a Republican area. So some people say they did it for that reason. I don't even think they're that bad, but they probably, maybe they are. But they want Starlink. So I said, whatever it is, I called Elon. I say, and you can't get it, it's really popular. It's very hard to get. But they need it, and they need big doses of it, like fast. And I'm calling Elon. I said, Elon, in North Carolina and parts of Georgia, and the governor is doing a very good job, by the way, in Georgia, I have to say, a very good job. But in parts of Georgia, and in real big parts of North Carolina, they need something called Starlink. I don't know what the hell it is, and you don't have to tell me because I don't want to waste a lot of time. But would you be able to get it? And we talked on the phone for a couple of minutes. And during my conversation with him, I got a call from North Carolina thanking me for getting Starlink. I said, how the hell did you do that? You're talking to me. You didn't have time. He said, well, I have a system. I think he's doing... No, he approved it while he was talking to me. Is that crazy? We have got to be with, and we've got to protect our brilliant people because we don't have too many of them. We need our brilliant people protected. And Kamala's not one of them, I can tell. But if you want a president who will do whatever it takes to protect you, who will never forsake you, and who will never rest in the defense of our nation, and I'll tell you, never, I'm just thinking, it's a beautiful phrase, but we will never rest. We're never going to do anything that will be other than protect the people of our country and our nation. Then you better vote for a gentleman named Donald J. Trump. Have you ever heard of him? Have you ever heard of him? Thank you. Well, I'm going to always get the job done in America and for America. And one thing we always will do, and we've got to do now, because for 50 years we haven't done it, we will always put America first. It's time for us to put America first. We did it 4 years ago, I can tell you. We were energy independent 4 years ago. Can you believe it? With the lowest energy prices, everything was the best. And that's why they compare this with what it was, and people like us. We had the greatest economy in history of our country, and we did well. And by the way, I'm just looking as far as the eye can see, long beyond the fake news. That's a lot of cameras back there. But long beyond the fake news, look at all the, you can't even see. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. Unbelievable, thank you. You know, I always like to move the fake news way back. And I figure they have cameras that can do it, but that's the maximum they can do. They say that's the, I don't think it is, but they say that's the max, because I would have moved them way the hell to the back, up to me. Because they block the view. They're blocking the view of these people. They block the view of all those people.
Man, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. One thing we gotta agree on is, first of all, according to Forbes, Elon Musk is the richest man in the world. And in the United States, actually worldwide, he's one of the most innovative entrepreneurs that the world has. And this person happens to be supporting, endorsing the 45th. And by the way, he was jumping yesterday in Butler like a baby who was happy to see daddy. If Trump wins the election, if he wins, Elon Musk is going to the moon, bro. Straight up.
But you know, this is like a poll. And you have 50,000 people here, 50,000 people. And you know, that is a lot. If we get just the people here to vote, I think we win. I think we win. With your vote in this election, we can seal our borders, we can reclaim our sovereignty, stop inflation, raise your incomes, rebuild our devastated communities, and launch a new golden age of American prosperity and pride. That's what we're going to do. It's going to be American prosperity and American pride. But with 4 more years of Kamala Harris, your long nightmare is just beginning. Remember the word. Somebody said, give me one word to describe your opponent, Kamala Harris. You know what I said? Incompetent. I said, she's incompetent. She shouldn't be in the position. In all fairness, I'm no fan of his, but we had him totally beat. We had the debate, he was gone, and we were 20, 21 points up. And they walked in and they did a coup. It was a coup of a guy that got 14 million votes. She got none. She was the first one out. You know, she ran against him. He won. He got 14 million votes. He won. There were 22 people. She was the first one out. She never made it to a great place called Iowa. We love Iowa, the farmers. We love Iowa. But she never made it. She never made it to Iowa. And then all of a sudden, we're running against her. So they had 12 people plus her, and they wanted to be politically correct, and they picked her. And I don't know. I actually think if it keeps going like this, like we're doing, because they said she'd have a 6-week honeymoon, and she did. She had a little bit of a honeymoon period. You know, they went from the fake news, went from calling her horrible, the worst vice president, a total disaster, couldn't speak, couldn't do anything, to being wonderful. She's wonderful. Soon, the fake news. You know, they have the fake news as their partner, and we have a little news, but our news has been, and I never understood why they'd want this, why the fake news would want it, other than they hate our country, because I can't understand. Why do they want open borders? Why do they want sex change operations for people that are too young to even think about it? Why do they want men playing in women's sports, you know? Because we actually are now the party of common sense. I think that's what I like calling us now, right? Party of common sense. But with her in office, inflation will soar. You see where she's working on inflation? Nowhere where she has no idea what she's talking about. She's working on, I will work on inflation. Why didn't you do it again 4 years ago? Why didn't you do it again? You know, my theme with her is, why didn't you do it again? But why didn't you do it then? Why didn't you do it 4 years ago? Why wouldn't you have done this stuff? You want to do this stuff. They want open borders. So now they gave it a little bit of a closure, so the numbers look a little bit better than they did. The damage is done. We got 21 million people in here. We have 647,000 criminals released from jails and insane asylums, released into our country. The damage is done. But you say, how could you be talking about the future? The damage is done. They've got to be talking about getting these criminals immediately out of our country. We have to talk about that, and we're going to do it, and we're going to do it rapidly. Why didn't she do it 4 years ago? The economy will crash, your borders will be permanently erased, your towns will be ravaged, and our country will never, ever be able to recover from this disaster. We're going to recover fast, but if you go 4 more years, you may never recover. In fact, I will say, some people say it, I think it's very severe, but I can understand it. Some people say you'll never have an election again. This would be your last election. And I can see it. Remember, I used to say we'll be Venezuela on steroids. And that's sort of what's happening. We're Venezuela on steroids. And we're buying a lot of Venezuela oil. How about this? We foreclosed on his old, broken little plane, the dictator, the head. We foreclosed on his plane, but we buy billions of dollars of oil. Can you imagine that? It should be the opposite way, really, shouldn't it? You know, we took his plane away, but we give him billions of dollars a month in oil. Can you believe it? We're buying oil from Venezuela, and we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country in the world, and it's good. And they don't have oil, they have tar. They have tar. You have to melt it. And you know where it gets melted? In a refinery. You know where? In Houston, Texas. So if you're an environmentalist, all that stuff, I'm going to talk to you about this with Texas. All that stuff is going up into, we do it. It's the only refinery in the world that can do it, because basically they have a lot of tar and you have to melt it, and it's a dirty process. We have the sweetest, lightest, most beautiful stuff. It's not even believable. The only way to avoid this miserable fate for America is if Wisconsin and the entire Midwest turn, and I mean turn out in record numbers. We need We need, and I hate to use this word because they should have never done it with respect to COVID. They should have never done it. But for this, we need a mandate. They shouldn't have done it with COVID. Everybody that did it should be ashamed of themselves, what they did. But we need a mandate in the vote, and we're going to get it. I actually think we're going to have numbers like has maybe never been seen before. You know, last time in 2020, we got more votes by far, by millions, than any sitting president in the history of the United States. Think of it. It's unbelievable. Think of the difference. We wouldn't have had Russia going into Ukraine and killing millions of people. Millions of people have died in that war, much worse than you even hear. But that wouldn't have happened, would have never happened. I talked to Putin about it a lot. It was the apple of his eye. He would have never, ever done it, wouldn't have done it. On top of that, the oil prices went up so high that he was making a lot of money doing it. It would have never happened. You wouldn't have had October 7th with Israel, the attack on Israel. You wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had the Afghanistan most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, and we lost 13 great soldiers. Nobody ever talks about the 40 soldiers that were decimated, so badly hurt. And we gave them $85 billion worth of the best equipment anywhere in the world. How stupid. And they moved out the military first. You're supposed to move out the military last, not first. And for 18 months, I spoke to Abdul. He's still the leader of the Taliban. I spoke to him. I said, Abdul, don't do it. But we didn't have one soldier killed in 18 months in Afghanistan. They were killing them like crazy under a man named Barack Hussein Obama. Remember Rush Limbaugh? Remember Rush Limbaugh? Rush Limbaugh would go, Barack Hussein Obama. We miss Rush. We need Rush. Oh, we miss Rush. But they were killing him, a lot of soldiers. And I said, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. We didn't have one soldier in 18 months killed until we had that tragedy of a day and a moment. The most embarrassing moment in history. And actually, Russia, I think, went in because they saw how stupid we were with Milley and these guys that didn't know what the hell they were doing. We have great generals, by the way, but not the guys that you see on television. And you have to tell Kamala Harris that we've had enough. We've had enough of you. You're a horrible vice president. You destroyed San Francisco as the DA. You destroyed California as the Attorney General. You're not going to destroy the United States of America. Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. Fired. We're not going to let him do it, Troy. We're not going to let her destroy our country. That dummy. Did you see where the teleprompter went off yesterday? She didn't know what the hell. My teleprompter, I don't even use it. That's why I don't actually use it too much. But, you know, when you do this stuff a lot, teleprompters break. She had a bad moment yesterday. It broke, right? And she kept saying the same number over and over. I said, what's wrong with her? And maybe it didn't break. I don't know. She said it broke. But when you do this stuff, as we say professionally, you better, because I've lost it many times. I had one in Ohio for Bernie Moreno, who's doing pretty good up there. He's running for the Senate, just like Eric is doing great here. He's running for the Senate. Eric Hovde. Doing good. Good man. He's a good man. Got to vote for him. But when you do it as much, you know, it breaks. I was in Ohio. I think it was the windiest day ever in the history of Ohio. It was like Scotland. And the wind was blowing at a level that I've never seen here in this part of the world. And the teleprompters were like sails. Wah, wah. And then they blew off the stage. They blew. And we had 50,000 people. It was a great day because he took the lead right after that, a big, beautiful lead in the primary. But it was sort of an amazing experience. But you lose them all the time. And you have to be able to have a mind where you can actually speak without a teleprompter. And isn't it nice to have a president that can speak without a teleprompter? Isn't that nice? It's sort of nice. But you lose them all the time. But she was in La La Land. She was gone, and then it kicked in. She kept saying the same sentence over and over again, over. I don't know. I said, what the hell is going on? And then the teleprompter saved her. It kicked in, but it didn't kick in soon enough, let me tell you. Early voting in Wisconsin is underway now, so if you have an absentee ballot, return it right away as soon as you can. You can also vote in person using an absentee ballot starting October 22nd. And whatever you do, you have to get your friends, get them all out. You know, you have a lot of people out there that don't vote, that love us, but they don't vote. You know who doesn't vote much? Rifle owners. We are Second Amendment people, but NRA gave us their total support. We have support from every group, but NRA gave us complete and total endorsement. And during that, I realized that, because I've always gotten it from the NRA, they've been very nice to me, I'll tell you. But they did tell me that people that own guns and rifles don't vote relatively, like a very small percentage, like 15%. If you would vote, nobody could beat us. I'll tell you another one that don't vote. I love these people. Evangelicals, evangelical Christians. The Christian community doesn't vote as much as they should. They go to church. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go to church and we're going to get out and vote. But the evangelicals don't vote that much. And if they did vote, we could never lose an election. You couldn't lose, you know? So I have to be careful with this. I said once about a month ago, you only have to vote this one time, and after that, everything will be good. And the fake news said, see?
Thank you for tuning in one more time. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. We are currently listening to the 45th. Some people say he might be the 47th. He had a rally in Wisconsin. What do you think in the chat? And I see people saying, well, if you filed for bankruptcy, then you failed. No. Nope. 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 If you've actually started a business and, you know, you've failed in business, then you know that that could be a way for you to protect yourself and your asset. But of course, most people that talk about stuff like this never even started a business.
He wants to be a dictator and take over the country. No, that's not what. I said, we got to fix the country, got to make sure, and then the country will be great, and we're going to have, hopefully, some great person, whether it's JD or somebody else. And when the great Sean Hannity asked me a question, and I jokingly said, he said, okay, let's get this up. You don't want to be a dictator, do you? I said, Sean, I only want to be a dictator for one day, and I'm going to close the borders and drill, baby, drill, and after that, I never want to be a dictator, right? So the fake news took that answer, and they said, Sean, I want to be a dictator. Click, cut. So they said, Sean, I want to be a dictator. And they go, he wants to be a dictator. They cut the rest of these are the worst people. These are the worst. They said he's a threat to democracy. He wants to be a dictator. No, you know the threat to democracy are when you put incompetent people in charge of our country. That's a real threat to democracy. Starting on day one of my new administration, we will end inflation and we will make America affordable again because the prices are too high. The prices are too high. But if crazy Kamala is reelected, one of the first acts will be, and she said this, is to massively raise taxes on American families. You know, I've never seen, all my life, I've loved politics, but I've always been on the other side, like writing checks to politicians, right? But so I really understand, I like it and all, but I've never seen somebody that openly campaigns on the fact that they're going to raise taxes. It's always going to be Like when Troy is back in Texas, he's always screaming, I will lower taxes, lower taxes. We always talk, we're going to lower taxes. We want to lower taxes. That's what this group is going to raise your taxes like by 78% or something. And they campaign on it. This is the craziest campaign I've ever been involved in. I had one guy beat, and I have to beat two people instead of one. I spent $150 million beating Sleepy Joe Biden, who I admire greatly for one thing. You know, I always have a hard time sleeping because I toss and turn. And honestly, I do. I think about the country. I'm tossing and turning and tossing because I want to, you know, like a lot of people do. You have businesses, you toss, turn. It's okay. It's like become your way of life, right? We think about whatever we're doing. In my case, I'm thinking about China. I'm thinking about Russia. I'm thinking about lots of things. And by the way, the enemy from within, the crazy lunatics that we have, the fascists, the Marxists, the communists, the people that we have that are actually running the country, not her. She's not running it, and Biden's not running it either, and you all know that. Those people are more dangerous, the enemy from within, than Russia and China and other people. Because if you have a smart president, you'll be able to handle them very well. But Kamala Harris, Lion Kamala, is called the tax queen because she loves taxes. So maybe just watch this video. Thank you.
Joe Biden and I are about to get rid of that tax bill. Calling for a full repeal of President Trump's tax cuts.
If Kamala Harris was elected president, there are many different tax policies which could cripple the economy. But the first thing she wants to do is allow these Trump tax cuts to expire.
Even the New York Times admits that 85% of the middle class got a tax cut.
Americans will face a hike. The Tax Foundation finding that a couple with 2 kids making $165,000 a year would have to pay over $2,400 more in taxes.
And on day one, I will repeal that tax bill. Joe Biden and I are about to work to get rid of that tax cut. Joe and I are about to get rid of that tax bill. Joe Biden and I are about to get rid of that tax cut.
Everything from a 70 to 80% tax rate.
I think that's fantastic. We've got to increase the corporate tax rate. Part of that is going to be about repealing that tax bill that they just passed. And also looking at estate taxes are going to have to go up. We will tax capital gains, but we're going to have to raise corporate taxes.
Taxing unrealized gains just doesn't seem fair in any sense of the word.
When the value of your home goes up, you pay higher taxes even if you don't sell your home.
Your value of your home never moves the way the stock moves to say, we're going to tax what you don't have. That's a sore point, and it's a big deal. Is that something you think she firmly believes in?
I think it's part of the proposals of the campaign.
Under my plan, there will also be a carbon fee. There has to be some connection between the fee and bad behaviors, and there has to be, and that we have to monitor whether it's going to be passed on to consumers. But I'm going to tell you that should never be the reason not to actually put a fee, and in particular, a carbon fee.
How about the tax on unrealized gain? That one hasn't even been tried. That's a communist tax that hasn't been very successful. I tell you, it's.
If you are watching the live show, double tap your screen right now. Subscribe to the channel right now. Let's get it.
Think of it. They want to have a capital gain on unrealized gains. Think of what they're saying. You're going to pay a tax on something you haven't made. No, these are stupid people, would be driven into a depression like 1929-style depression. For years, Americans have watched as our country has been stripped of our jobs, stripped of our wealth, and seen our companies being sold off to foreign countries. And by the way, I would not approve the U.S. steel deal to Japan. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. One of the greatest companies in the world 60 years ago was one of the greatest countries in the world, and we have to help it. We have to make it better. We have to be able to make steel. It could happen. You have a war, and when you have a war, you need things like army tanks and ships and lots of things that are made of steel. We don't want to get our steel from China. We don't want to get our steel. You know, I put a tremendous tariff because China was dumping a lot of bad steel here, bad steel, dirty, I call it dirty steel, not good steel, but I put a big tax. You know, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. No other president took in 10 cents, and I saved our steel industry by doing it. So I'm very proud of that. But under my plan, For the U.S. economy, American workers will no longer be worried about losing their jobs to foreign nations. Instead, foreign nations will be worried about losing their jobs to America because we're taking them back. We're going to bring those companies back, and we can do it with intelligent taxing. We can do it like they've been doing to us for years. It's very simple. And we have the place that people want to be, and it's not going to be that way always. If we keep going like this, nobody's going to want to be here. German car companies can become American car companies. We can beat China in electronic production. Manufacturers that have left us will come roaring back. They're going to come roaring back. This thing has gotten such great reviews. I'm going to explain it. It's so simple. And some people said, wow, that's unbelievable what you're doing. Where did you get that idea? I'm going to go a little forward. I got the idea from, if you want tax benefits, you have to build in America. If you don't want tax benefits, you don't have to do. The United States will give you the lowest taxes, the lowest energy costs. We have the most energy. We have more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. We're going to give you the lowest energy, the lowest regulatory burdens, and free access to the best and biggest market anywhere on the planet, but only if you make your product here in America and hire American workers for the job. And we don't do that. You know, there's this crazy person that you just watched. She gives you a tax benefit if you make your product in another country. These people, it's so crazy. And if these companies don't take the deal, they'll pay a very substantial tariff when they send their products made in another country to us, and we will use the hundreds and billions. We will, it's really trillions, okay? But we're going to use the hundreds of billions of tariff dollars to benefit American citizens and to pay off debt, because we have to start paying off debt. And this new American industry will create millions of jobs, massively raise wages for American workers, and make the United States a manufacturing powerhouse like it has never been before. We were good, but we can be better than that. If we do this, and it's so simple, and essentially we're doing to them what they've done to us. They do it, it's so, and some of the worst abusers, I call them abusers of our country, are our so-called allies. What they do to us on trade is just incredible. It's not going to happen any longer. I guarantee you it's not. You know, they respected your president 4 years ago. Now they look at this guy, and now they have somebody that's dumber than he is coming along. It's not good. It's not good. And we can't play games. I'd like to be nice. I want to be nice. I think I'm a nice person, but we can't take games. We can't. If we lose this election, this country's finished. I really believe it. This country is finished. By contrast, the tax queen is demanding a 33% tax hike on all domestic production. You know what's going to happen? All of those companies, even small businesses, but all of those companies are going to leave our shores. Everybody wants the companies. That's what they want. It's very competitive. She even has a plan to tax the unrealized, and we're going to talk about that, but it's the craziest thing. Never been done, could never be successful. What it will do is bring you into a wonderful age of our country. 1929 depression. Everybody's going to leave. So if a company succeeds, it must give up much of its value to the government of the United States. Everyone's going to leave. They're going to take their companies. They're going to get out. You know, it used to be you moved from state to state and you'd negotiate. Now people are moving their companies to other countries. And we're getting killed, by the way, by Mexico. Mexico is killing us. So just be ready, because if I'm president, we're going to take that back from Mexico. They're not treating us right. They're building massive car plants. They're building some of the biggest auto plants, car manufacturing plants anywhere in the world. And then they think they're going to build them cheap and sell them into our country and destroy Michigan and all these wonderful states. So it's not going to happen. We'll put a tariff of 200% on if we have to. We're not going to let it happen. We're not letting those cars come into the United States and destroy our car industry. You won't have anything left. You've already lost 60% of it. You've lost so much over the years. Not when I was there. Kamala Harris already cost the average family $29,000 with rampant inflation. The inflation that we've suffered for the last 4 years now, it's almost 4 years, it's coming back. And look, we're not going to let this happen either. And the price, you know, they talk about more than anything else, groceries. Who would think groceries? It's so bad to go to the supermarket. Who would think it could happen? Her plan would raise taxes on $4.1 trillion. We're going to be raising them by $4.1 trillion in taxes, hiking the families' taxes by $2,600 to $3,200 a year, reducing our GDP by 2%, lowering wages by 1.2%, and killing 786,000 full-time jobs. And I don't know if you know, last month we lost 26,000 manufacturing jobs in the U.S., 26,000, because people want to get the hell out of here. You know, the market goes up every time I get a good poll number, and we have had great ones now. The market's starting to go, and they get the credit for it. Isn't that a terrible thing? I said, do me a favor, just sort of, every time we have some of the biggest analysts, the best analysts in the world. They're saying every time Trump has good publicity, the market goes up. Kamala is right now shutting down power plants all across the country, causing electricity prices to they are soaring. You see what's going on with electricity by more than 100% soaring, and driving us into third world status by attacking the entire fossil fuel industry. Just so you know, you need fossil fuel to fire up those big, massive plants. The wind isn't going to do it. It's wonderful. Isn't that nice? Look at the little windmill. It's so beautiful. We need fossil fuel. You know, they tried it in Germany. Angela was thrown out after about a year, and now they're building a coal plant a week. I don't like flies. Get out of here, fly. Never been a big fan of flies. You don't mind my bringing that up, do you? Anyway, this is a very aggressive sucker, though. This one in particular is very aggressive. Like, I'm going to be aggressive for our country. You can probably say that. If this continues, Wisconsin manufacturing will be dead. You'll be absolutely dead. And, you know, I got you the biggest shipbuilding contract in the country in my last year, right? He's nodding yes, right? The biggest, and they've done a great job, but the biggest, I took a lot of heat. A lot of people are not in love with me for doing it, but I got it for Wisconsin, and you know that. Actually, you know it from Texas because they wanted it too. I won't say that too loud. But everybody wanted it, and I got it for Wisconsin, and they're doing a great job. They're doing a great job. But the horrific nightmare for American workers ends the day that I take the oath of office. It will end on that day. It's going to be over. We're going to have a country that's going to turn around very fast. The centerpiece of my plan for a manufacturing renaissance will be a 15% made in America corporate tax rate, cutting the business tax from 21 to 15. Okay, so I took it from 39 to 21 with the help of your great congressman over here, Troy Nels. We fought hard, but we took it from 39 to 21. Everyone said that's impossible. We got it approved by Congress. Can you believe that? And now what we're doing, and that makes us pretty competitive, but not that, because there are many countries. And again, remember, the countries there are sort of our opponents on trade. They're actually our opponents, and sometimes it's pretty vicious opponents on trade. But we took it down to 21 from 39. Now I'm taking it from 21 to 15, but only for those who make their product in America, right? Pretty simple. And, you know, I got a call from some of the smartest geniuses on Wall Street. They said, where did you ever think of that idea? It sounds simple, right? It's like the paperclip. They make the paperclip, and everyone's saying, why did I think of that? But we will protect those companies moving into America, and this is just as important, because you can't have them, and then everybody comes and steals your company, steals your people, dumps your product. And so this is important, and all of our existing companies are going to be protected with stiff tariffs placed on companies that don't move in. If they don't move in, they're going to have to pay tariffs because we're not going to let them hurt the companies that do move in. And the only way they can get out of paying those tariffs is to build their plants and factories here in the USA, anywhere in the USA, and Wisconsin would be nice, but anywhere in the USA. We will also cut energy and electricity prices in half, 50% within 12 months, including for all people and families, not just companies. So ready? Your energy bill will be cut from January 20th, will be cut by 50% in 12 months, okay? 50%. And I hate to say it, with your Democrat governor, you have some of the highest electricity prices and highest energy costs, is just about at the top in Wisconsin. You have some of the highest costs, so you do have a lousy governor. It's like, I do hear just one thing about him. He doesn't work hard. That's the only thing I hear about him. How does he do it? He doesn't even show up. That's no good. No, he's a lousy governor. I guess they'll work on that next cycle, but he's not a good governor. We will quickly double our electric capacity. You know, if you do AI, you know, AI is the new big thing, whatever, but AI is the big thing. But AI, to do it successfully and to be the leader, because China's already starting and very big, we need double the electricity. For whatever reason, they need massive electricity. We need double the electricity that we have right now. Who would think that? So what we have right now, you need doubled, and we will get that done. We'll have to do something with respect to the environment, because under the environmental impact statements right now, it would take you 20 years to build anything having to do with electric or anything, any form of energy. We're going to do an expedited plan where it'll be done in a matter of like weeks or months. We've got to get it done. We cannot do these impact statements that take years and years and years. People are working on a project. They start off as young men and women, and by the time they're old and retired, the project gets rejected. They actually get rejected. They work on it for 20, 25 years, and then it gets rejected. We're not going to have that, because it's really a way of hurting us. I mean, it's a way of hurting us. We're not going to do it. We need tremendous electric here so that people like Elon and other people that are into this whole world of this, it's a new world, but it's going to be a very big world, a very fascinating world, probably a very dangerous world. AI has got some little tricks to it that we have to be very careful with, but they need massive electricity, and we're going to provide it. We're going to be able to compete with anybody. We'll be the leader. We're going to be the leader in virtually every field. We're going to be the leader in automobile manufacturing. Think of that. And it'll happen quickly. And I have pledged to remove 10 old and burdensome regulations, and I did this. We had more regulatory cuts when I was president than any president in history by 3 times. But we're going to get rid of burdensome regulations. We're taking them off the books, and it's 10 for 1. We put in 1, we get rid of 10, and it had a great impact. Great impact. But I had the most success in history in cutting regulations. I gave you 2 things. I gave you the biggest tax cut in history, and I gave you the biggest regulation cut in history. And those 2 things gave us the greatest economy in the history of our country. We had that just a short time ago. So if you want your incomes to plummet, your net worth to collapse, your tax bills to soar, and your jobs to disappear, then vote for Kamala, because she'll do very well. But if you want Washington bureaucrats to keep their greedy hands off of your money and out of your pockets, then you have to vote for Trump. We're going to get this thing done first. We'll work together. So the other thing we're going to do is we're going to terminate Kamala's insane electric vehicle mandate, where every car has to be in a very short number of years all electric. They don't go far. And by the way, I love electric cars. I think they're great, but they're for a certain market. And we want also gasoline-powered cars, and we want hybrids. And the new thing is hydrogen cars. You heard me talking about it. Hydrogen cars is the new thing. It's got one problem. It's got one problem. It's very violent. If it blows up, they won't. You are not recognizable. Please come down and identify your husband. There's a blood stain on the tree. Can you identify it? No, it's very violent. Did you know that? It's dangerous. If it blows up, you're screwed. Okay. So I'm going to pass on that particular car. They say it has a wonderful future, but the one problem is it's really dangerous when it blows. Okay, it wipes out people on the street. I mean, it's terrible. I would actually say they shouldn't even go too far with that one, don't you think? I don't know. I think we shouldn't go too far, but hydrogen is a big new deal. The other thing we're going to end is the Green New Scam. It's the greatest scam in history. You know, we had the cleanest air and the cleanest water in the history, meaning the recorded history of our country. We had clean air. That's what I want. I want clean, beautiful water, and I want clean air, and after that, I want jobs, and I want success for our country, right? My pro-worker policies are one of the major reasons why I've been endorsed by the rank-and-file membership of the Teamsters. Can you believe that? We got 60% of the Teamster members in Wisconsin. Any Teamsters here? Thank you. Any Teamsters? Yes. Thank you very much. That's very nice, because typically Democrats get, and we won nationwide. We won 60% of the Teamsters vote, and we also won 100% of the Fraternal Order of Police, the largest, 400,000. And I do believe that from sheriffs and from law enforcement and from Border Patrol and from ICE, from anything having to do with law and order, I think we're at 100%. We've got like everybody, which tells you something, you know, which tells you they don't like people that were in charge of defund the police. She was in charge of defund the police. Anybody, she's a radical left. She's further left than crazy Bernie Sanders, okay? That's pretty fun. No, she's considered worse than Pocahontas, she's worse than Pocahontas, she's worse than Bernie Sanders. How the hell do you people, is there anybody here that's going to vote for Lion Kamala? Please raise your hand. Please raise your hand. Actually, I should say, don't raise your hand. It would be very dangerous. We don't want to see anybody get hurt. Please don't raise your hand. As we bring back our jobs, we will also restore America's borders with 4 more years of Kamala. Every Wisconsin small town and Midwestern, the Midwestern cities are just devastated by this, will be flooded with illegal migrants from the most dangerous places on earth, and Wisconsin will not be Wisconsin any longer. No state will be. The country won't be the U.S. any longer. It's very simple. Your state will be a dumping ground for people that have committed murder, violent crimes, drugs, jail. They're in jails. And that's what's happening. We have 21 million people, as borders are. They came in, and they came in from prisons and jails and mental institutions and insane asylums. And a level of terrorism and a level of terrorists that we've never seen. You know, I never talked about it when I was president. We didn't have one terror attack in 4 years, think of it. Not one. Think of it. Not one. And I had a lot of people say, sir, it's time you should say that. I said, I don't want to say it until I'm finished. I don't want to say it. I didn't want to say it. But we didn't have one terrorist attack in 4 years. 1 week ago, I was in the beautiful town of Prairie du Chien. Have you heard of it? Prairie du Chien. In western Wisconsin, where, by the way, we had 60,000 people show up. That's the good news. But Biden, Sleepy Joe, didn't give us the number of people required, so we ended up speaking in front of a relatively small group. I hope those people, we're going to go back and we're going to take care of that situation. They didn't give us the people necessary, so we spoke in front of a rather tiny little portion of them. They stayed around. They were great. But we had 60,000 people there, and I think you're getting close to that right here, too. It's pretty amazing. But Prairie du Chien, and last month, police arrested an illegal alien member of a savage Venezuelan prison gang. Not a nice person. This vile monster, who had prior charges for strangulation, was arrested. He liked strangling people. Other than that, he was quite a nice person. No, his thing was he liked strangling people. Was arrested for holding a mother and daughter captive against their will and sexually assaulting them again and again and again. This animal crossed Kamala's wide open border, just walked in. Nobody asked anything about him. They knew nothing about him. He was arrested and released in the sanctuary city of Minneapolis, where you have one of the worst vice presidents. Can you imagine that clown? What JD did to him? How about that guy? And he was immediately released by Minnesota and set loose to prey on more victims, and he did. Earlier this year in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. Fond du Lac. Nice. I love these names. I wish they could give me a little easier names. It just. They told me that's the way you pronounce it, so I hope I got it right. But an illegal alien released by Kamala Harris was arrested for tying up and blindfolding a 12-year-old, you know this, you read it, it's a big story, a 12-year-old girl in the back of a van and viciously assaulting her in so many ways sexually. Today I make you this promise: I will liberate Wisconsin and our entire nation from this mass migration invasion of murderers, child predators, drug dealers, gang members, and thugs. Going to be liberated. Going to liberate. It's incredible. It would be just incredible. Thank you. Thank you. It's so sad we even have to talk about it. Who would even think we have to talk about it, really? And I think, you know, they say the biggest topic is the economy. The biggest topic is.
Thank you for tuning in one more time. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. You are currently listening to the 45th. Some people say he might be the 47th. Who knows? Who knows? Let's get it.
Inflation. And then the third topic is the border. I really don't agree. I think the biggest topic might be the border, because I just think, you know, we'll solve the problems, and we're going to, you know, we're going to drill, we're going to get your energy down. The energy is going to bring everything else down. We're going to get the interest rates down. I was 2% in my administration. Now they're 10% and you can't get any money. That's killing the American dream for young people. So we're going to get it down. But to me, you know, I know they do all these polls, and the polls say it's the economy, and the polls say very strongly it's inflation, and I can understand it a little bit. To me, it's the horrible people that we're allowing into our country that are destroying our country. And it's the hardest problem to solve, too. I mean, it's a big, tremendous problem. And that they could do this to our country, putting, again, 13,000 murderers, many of them murdering many people. Many of them, or a certain number of them, a fixed number, but in death row, they were going to be executed. And rather than executing, they said, let's go, we'll dump them into America. They're stupid there. They'll accept them. 13,099 people. Drug dealers at a level that nobody's ever seen. Terrorists from different countries all over the world. You know, this is no longer South America. This is all over the world. And they come from the Congo. The Congo in Africa, I don't know what it is, but large numbers of people are coming in from the Congo. And you know where they're coming from? The jails of the Congo. What's happening is these dictators are taking their jails and they're emptying their jails into the United States. And crime in Venezuela is down 72%. Crime all over the world is down now because they're putting their criminals, they're putting their jail people, they're putting their drug dealers, they're bringing them into the United States of America, and they're dumping them, and they say, don't come back, and if you do come back, we're going to kill you. And we're stuck with them. We're not going to be stuck with them. We're going to be bringing them back, and we're going to shove them right down their throat. They should have never been allowed to be here. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. Thank you. And we're not allowing these people to invade us, to conquer us. I mean, did you see what they're doing in Colorado, where you have a very weak governor? He's very weak. He's a liberal guy and very weak. And they've attacked Aurora, Venezuela gangs, young guys. They have weapons like our military has, the equivalent of our military. And they've taken over buildings in Aurora, Colorado. And the governor, he doesn't know what to do because he wants to be nice because he's stupid. And he doesn't really know what to do. I think they need a new governor. On day one of my new administration, the invasion of savage criminals ends. And on that same day, the largest deportation in American history begins. The largest deportation. And I'm not happy to say that. I'm not happy. It should have not been necessary. This has all happened over the last almost 4 years now. It shouldn't be necessary. We had the safest border in the history of our country. Oh, my favorite chart in history. Bring down that chart, please. I don't know if you have it. If you have it, bring it down. I love it. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for immigration. I wouldn't be here, Troy. I looked over at that chart and ping. If I didn't, you know, it's amazing. That chart is I kiss it every night. I take it to bed with me every single night. No, I turned over to look at the chart. At the beginning, not the end. It's always on the left. It's never on the right. And just one day it was on the right. And if I didn't turn my head, somebody would be here, but I guarantee you they'd have a hell of a lot less people. You'd have about 3 people in the front. But for all of that, but take a look at that. When you look at that chart, see the arrow at the bottom? That's the lowest number of immigration we've ever had in our country in recorded history. And look what these stupid people allowed to happen to our country. That was the day I left office, right there. That was the day, the red arrow. Look what happened. And all they had to do is leave what I had. I had a policy, remain in Mexico. You have to remain in Mexico until you get checked out. And not a lot of people got checked out. Some very bad people were coming, and they wouldn't get in. They couldn't get in. We built hundreds of miles of wall, and boy, did it work. And then they could have thrown up. We had 200 miles that we were still putting up. We were 500 and some odd miles of wall, a lot of wall, and it was working. We used the Mexican government. They paid a fortune. The Mexican government gave us 28,000 soldiers to protect our border because I said, they're coming through your country. You're going to do it. They said, no, I'm not. To the president of Mexico, who I got along with great, but he said, I won't do that. I said, yes, you will. You're going to do it. They're coming through your country, and you're going to do it. They said, no, we won't do that, President. We won't do it. I said, yes, you will. And I said, I guarantee you will. And they started saying, what the hell does this guy have in mind? And I said, if you don't do it, I'm going to put 100% tariffs on your cars and all other things you send into the United States, and we'll make so much money, we'll be able to hire all the security we want. And they said, Mr. President, we've decided that we would love to do it. We would love to do it. They paid a big price. Mexico paid a lot of money toward our wall. Let me tell you, they gave us great security. They had a lot of soldiers, thousands and thousands of soldiers. I said, free of charge. I'm not reimbursed. I didn't reimburse them. And then when these clowns took over, think of it, remain in Mexico. Catch and release. So we had catch and release in the United States. We made a minor change. We catch and release in Mexico. That's a big difference. Would you say that's a difference? That's a big difference. So we did all these things. But that was the lowest number in the history of our country, and all they had to do is leave it. Guys like Tom, Holman, Brandon, Judd, you have people now at the Border Patrol that are phenomenal, and they want to do the job, and they're not being allowed to do the job. And then they made this minor change a couple of months ago to try and make the numbers look better. But what they didn't tell you is they're still flying thousands of people overhead, and that's not reported. And they have an app, and you know who the app for is the cartel heads. They call an app so that we can tell them where to drop the criminals. Can you believe it? They have an app. So they have the plane and they have the app, and that's not included in the numbers. Just like 818,000 phony job numbers, I call them fraudulent numbers, 818,000 job numbers, they defrauded. They said there were 818,000 jobs, and they reported it, and they were going to unreport it and correct it right after the election. But we had a great whistleblower who rang it out on them. 818,000 jobs were reported fraudulently to make their numbers look better. These are bad people that we're dealing with, so you have to get out and you have to vote. You also need to vote for the next senator, and I mentioned him, and he's great. He's strong, he's powerful. If he wants, he can come up, or he can just sit the hell down because you're going to vote for him anyway. I got to. But Eric Hovde is running to defeat radical left Tammy Baldwin. You want to come up fast? Come on, Eric. We got to get this guy elected. Come on, you want to come up? Come on up. Come on up. Now he's a little nervous about coming up. He said that was the worst invitation I've ever had. Come on up, Eric. He's great. No, he just said, do you want me up? That was the worst invitation I've ever had. Come on. Say a few words.
I always love being here with President Trump. Let's give him a round of applause. President Trump, I was talking to the folks beforehand. In business, results matter. You know, you got to get a deal done. You got to make money. You've built one of the most successful careers, biggest developer. I've spent my life in the private sector building businesses. We're going to get this country moving. President Trump gave you wage increases of 7.7%, a record for America. That's results. The world had no wars. That's results. Our communities were safe because he had the border closed and he stood by law enforcement. That is results. Senator Baldwin, Kamala Harris, they're career politicians that have never accomplished anything and have failed at everything. So all of you, go work hard, go grab every friend, colleague, neighbor, and let's restore this great country and get President Trump and me to Washington. Let's go, folks!
Thank you very much, Eric. He's a great guy. He's a very, very successful guy, strong. It's what you need. Tammy Baldwin does nothing. She does nothing for you, nothing. And we're also delighted to be joined by a friend of mine. He's a great senator, and he's done a really good job, and he loves your state. Senator Ron Johnson. Ron. We have plenty of time. It's a Sunday, right?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank all of you for coming. On behalf of the hundreds and literally thousands of Wisconsinites that I've talked to over the last few months that want to convey to you their appreciation, oftentimes with tears in their eyes, they want to thank you for your courage, for your tenacity, for your love of this country, for your willingness. They realize you didn't have to do this, but you're willing to do it because, like them, you love this country fervently. So on behalf of all those Wisconsinites, I want to say thank you. Thank you. Thank you. USA. I also want to thank you for your new alliance with Bobby Kennedy. Not only is that important, so we are actually going to address the huge problem of chronic health and children's health, but you are right about the enemy within. They are dividing us on purpose. They are destroying this nation. And by aligning with Bobby Kennedy, you are setting the example, the two of you. Set the differences aside, focus on an area of agreement on a big problem, and in doing so, you are demonstrating exactly how this nation can come together, how we heal and unify America. So God bless you, God protect you, and God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great round. Thank you. Does a great job. I'd like to, if I could, just for a second. So you have a young, brilliant congressman, and he's on a committee, and it's a very important committee, and he's studying fraud and the fraud within the Democrat Party and what they're doing in terms of campaign contributions, and it's a tremendous scandal, and I'm afraid the fake news, they'll probably all turn off the cameras now, but I say, could you just give just a little prelude, because I think it's going to be one of the biggest stories in a long time. Even if they don't want to cover it, they'll be forced to cover it. So I'd like to ask Congressman Brian Stile to come up, please.
Isn't it great to be at a Trump rally? Do you agree with me? President Trump is going to win Wisconsin in 30 days? When we drove over here, people were waving signs and holding up Trump signs. And we saw a lot of men and women of law enforcement are working to keep you safe, Mr. President. So to all the men and women of law enforcement here, thank you for what you're doing to keep President Trump safe. Law enforcement's a lot about keeping us safe and enforcing the laws. And in this election, we want to make sure that people are following the laws. Things like photo ID and U.S. citizens are the only one who should be able to vote in U.S. elections, don't you agree? As chairman of the Committee on House Administration, we began trying to figure out how all these things are operating. And in particular, where's all the funds coming into the liberal campaigns across the state of Wisconsin running TV ads against President Trump? We looked into Act Blue and we called him into the committee and we said, what processes are you using? And I said, you're using a CVV code. That's that little 3 or 4 digit number on the back of your credit card that you have to use when you buy almost anything online. And we found out they weren't requiring it if you want to make a donation on Act Blue. Then we started to dig further and we started to find more and more things where they don't have the financial security in place that they need to. So we did a big review and we've transferred it over to a group of Republican attorney generals from across the country. And they're digging into this information, Mr. Trump. I think they're going to find a lot of answers very soon for you. So, President Trump, thanks for what you're doing for this country. I think you're going to win not only Wisconsin, but the presidency in 30 days. And you see this crowd and everyone here. Thanks for all you're doing. God bless you. God bless you, President Trump.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Also with us are members of Congress, great ones. Scott Fitzgerald, what a nice name that is. That's a good name. Where's Scott? I love that name, Scott. Must be a good writer. He's a great writer. Glenn Grothman. Thank you, Glenn. Been my friend for a long time. And a man who is not from these parts any longer. He was from here. He grew up here, and he loves it so much. He's from a place called Texas. And he's one of the most popular politicians in Texas. He does a phenomenal job. And he has literally parked himself up here for the last couple of months, and for this last month in particular, but he's been here with his brother. His brother is a phenomenal guy, and they are here for one reason, to make sure the election, people get out to vote, and to make sure it's honest. And the people of Texas know this, and they love this guy for what he's doing. He said, I can help. He's so popular. He won by a lot of votes. He has no problems at all. But he felt he was better off coming up, because if we win Wisconsin, we win the presidency. We win the presidency. We win the presidency. So I'd like to ask, and he's just a special guy. I mean, he loves this country so much, and you know, I can tell some guys come up, no, I love the country. Other guys come up, no, I love the country, you have to. And he's one of the latter. He's one of the guys that just loves it. And they love him. They love him so much in Texas. They love him here. But what he wanted to do, because he knows it so well, he's a part of Wisconsin, he wanted to be here to make sure that we win and to make sure that it's as honest as we can get it. Because they're going to cheat. They cheat. That's all they want to do is cheat. And when you see this, it's the only way they're going to win. And we can't let that happen. And we can't let it happen again. We're going to have no country. So I'd like to ask a very special man and a friend of mine, Troy Nels, to come up with his brothers, Trevor, Tim, and Todd. Please come up.
Mr. President, what an honor and a privilege is to be up here with my brothers. We are honored to be with you. Look at the thousands of people out here that love you. They're here. This is America. This is the heart and soul of America. The blue collar, the farmers, they're all here for you, sir. They're here for you because they love you and they think you're great. You know, I've been planning on this thing. I've been reaching to the team. I said, sir, we got to have a rally in Wisconsin. We can win Wisconsin. We keep looking and we keep looking. Gets canceled, this and that. And then all of a sudden, I get a call last Tuesday. Hey, Congressman, you think Sunday would work? What the hell kind of time are you giving us on Sunday to get a... But look at everybody's here. Everybody came because they know how important this election is. You know it. Mr. President, I can assure you this. The passion in this state, they love you. We have been up here for weeks going to county fairs. We see the passion. We see the love. We see the energy. And, sir, I can assure you, everybody here is going to get their family, their friends. We are going to win Wisconsin, and Donald Trump is going to make America great again. He's going to do it. He's going to do it.
Thanks, Phil. Well, I've never seen it before, and his district is so happy he's doing it. He explained it to them. What do you want to do? They love that he's doing it, and we really appreciate it. And we're leading Texas by a lot. We're leading Texas, so he said, I want to come up here because this is a big deal. Wisconsin's a big deal. Thank you. And he knows it so well. They grew up here. Thanks. Former U.S. Senator Bob Caston. Bob, thank you very much. Bob. Nice to see you, Bob. Look good. And Dodge County Sheriff Dale Schmidt, who, by the way, is here with a group of Wisconsin sheriffs announcing that they are endorsing Trump. Trump, we love him. Come on up here, Sheriff.
You're here for him, not me. Mr. President, I am proud to announce that all of these sheriffs are among a very small amount of sheriffs and law enforcement across our country that support you. I'd say 80 to 90% of law enforcement across this country are behind you, Mr. President. I have something very important I think you're going to want to hear. In Dodge County, in this 2024 election, there are 0 drop boxes for the election. Our clerks are fantastic. We're going to make sure that we have the best, most secure election in Dodge County history. And one last thing, Mr. President. The last time I met you, I was with 200 sheriffs standing on the South Lawn. And you came out and you shook a bunch of sheriffs' hands, and you didn't quite get to me. Wait. So I did one thing that I knew would get his attention, and he'll do again here shortly as soon as I say it. I shouted, and he walked over to me afterwards, "Best president ever!"
This is a great honor. These are great, great men, and there's nobody that respects them more than this group. They do such a job, and generally law enforcement in our country, and woman. Come here. She's the best one up here, I think, right, Sheriff?
You bet.
Thank you. That's good. Thank you very much. But I appreciate it so much, and the endorsement means a lot to me, and anything you need, I'm here. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sheriff. These are great people. Wow, what a group. Thank you, sheriffs. Thank you. And we have a lot of law enforcement here today, and I just want to say to all of the people in Wisconsin and law enforcement officers, all of them that are here today, we have so many. I will give you my total support, resources, power, protection, and respect. You are going to do your job because that's what you want to do. You're the most respected people in our country. I want you to know that. Sometimes you don't feel that way, but you are most respected people. So I really think. And Sheriff, thank you very much. What a group. I was a little concerned, you know, there was a lot of beef up here, and I'm worried about this. I was worried about this platform. I said, do you think it's structurally okay? You know, I'm the real estate. And I'm looking at this, it wasn't looking too good. I had to say, come on, let's go, get off. But these are great people, and boy, they love your state, they love our country, that I can tell you. So thank you very much. It's a great endorsement. Thank you very much. So the sheriffs will be happy to know that we're going to end sanctuary cities. We will never defund our police, and we will make Wisconsin safe again. They're going to actually do that. They're going to make Wisconsin very safe, and they've kept it safe anyway. They only know how to keep it safe. That's all they want to do. I want to thank you. They're great. Kamala Harris is the worst vice president in the history of our country, a radical left Marxist who was rated far worse than anybody else in the Senate. And here are the facts. She wants to very simply, and they always go back to their original. You know, with the politics, if you go back to me, you'll see I don't think I've changed at all. They comment like 30 years ago when I wasn't in politics. I've only been doing this actually for like a short while. A senator came up to me, sir, I've been doing this for 30 years. I know what I'm doing. I said, yeah, I've been doing it for about 8. And we became president. He's a man that wanted to run for president, but it never worked out. And if you knew him like I did, it will never work out. But Kamala Harris wants open borders. She will deliver even more catastrophic inflation. She was an original creator, Sheriff, of a defund the police movement. What do you think? Is she reformable? Sheriff, is she reformable? She was in charge of defund the police. Do you think she's fully reformed? I don't think so. I don't think so. And anybody who wants to defund the police for even a week or for even a day is not worthy of being president of the United States. Kamala Harris vowed to abolish ICE. These are great people. These are great patriots. They're tough cookies, too. They would go into a pack of MS-13 gang members and the fist would fly. I don't know. Somebody has to do that job. I don't see anybody up here. I have a couple of friends. I don't see them doing that particular job. They're good at other things, but not that. But these are great people, and she wants to defund them. She wants to get rid of them. She wants to take ICE out. These are the people that remove the worst criminals, the worst gang members, the worst drug dealers from out of our country. Get them the hell out of here. And she wants to get rid of them. She wants mass amnesty and citizenship for all illegals. And she says that we must not utter the words illegal alien or radical Islamic terrorist. She lost more than, to me, statistically, this is the worst. In less than 4 years, she lost more than 325,000 migrant children that are now dead in sex slavery, or just plain missing. As California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, or rape of an unconscious person as totally nonviolent crimes. She praised the idea of a 70 to 80% tax rate. She thought that was very good. She pledged to abolish private health care. Some people want private health care. They have to pay for it, but they maybe don't want to wait in line for 6 months and force everyone into socialist government-run health care, which is what you have to do. They wait online for months and months, and they take a routine or a minor illness, and they end up being terminally ill. And by the way, what we did for the military with that, we gave choice, and we also did something that was very important. We got rid of 9,000 sadists and bad people from our Veterans Administration, and we got rid of them. They hated our soldiers. They hated our heroes. We got rid of them and replaced them with people that love our people. That's what we want, love our country and love our people. The other thing we did, which is very important, is choice, because our veterans were waiting in line. We had a 92% approval rating with our vet. Now it's down into the 40s, and they're getting rid of a lot of the things we did for our vets. We had choice where if you had to wait more than a day for a doctor, a day and a half at the most, you go outside, you get a local doctor, we pay the bill, you get yourself fixed up. This never happened before with our vets, and it was unbelievable. And slowly but surely, they're going to dismantle that. They've already started dismantling that. It was one of the best things I was most proud of. And we're going to get it back very fast, you vets. We're going to get it back very fast. People would be waiting online for months. They'd say, you have to come back in 3.5 months, and whatever the condition. Can you imagine that where you're told you can't even see a doctor for 3.5, 4 months, longer than that? And the VA has some great doctors, but the management of getting to see them was very peculiar. So we're going to take care of that. But we did something. They've been trying to get that for 58 years, and I got it done, totally done, and nothing worked better. And again, 92% approval rating. It was rarely in the 40s. So I was very proud of it, and we'll redo it again. We'll redo it fast. I know exactly what to do, and we're going to redo it. We're going to take care of our veterans, and I think everybody wants that. And as people have been hearing and not believing, but it's true, she even endorsed free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention at taxpayer expense. So if you're an illegal alien and you're in detention and you decide that you would like to go from a man to a woman, we give you an operation. Not only is the concept bad, but it's an unbelievably expensive procedure, and we're supposed to pay for it. This is what she wants, and she wants to do it. And she hasn't declined that yet. It's hard for them to decline everything. So normally if somebody changes one policy, they're out of business, right, Troy? She's changed 15 policies from fracking to everything to that. And nobody believes her. And if she ever won, as soon as that would happen, you're going to be a whole different country. You will see things. And I don't even believe she's calling the shots. There are some very bad and vicious people that surround her that call the shots. She's just a vehicle. Just like Biden was a vehicle. He has no idea what the hell he's doing. And you saw that. You saw that. Think of it. He has no idea. He couldn't answer any questions. And she can't do anything. She can't do anything. She doesn't want to talk because she is just a vehicle for very bad people that surround her. 2 days ago, Joe Biden shuffled into the White House press room and made the most powerful case against Kamala Harris because she's trying to disassociate herself from crooked Joe Biden. What do you like better, crooked Joe or sleepy Joe? Depends. When he's sleeping on the beach, I like Sleepy Joe. When he's in the White House, I like Crooked Joe because he's the most crooked president we've ever had. But right now I think Sleepy because they took the presidency away from him. They had a coup. They staged a minor coup, if you haven't heard. But she is trying to disassociate. She doesn't even know who the hell he is anymore. She doesn't mention his name. She doesn't mention how bad inflation was. How bad the 325,000 children that we just mentioned. All of these things are so bad. How bad the economy is. How bad the border is. To me, again, the border, it's the border. I won in 2016 because of the border. I did a phenomenal job. Is that right, Troy? You were a beneficiary in Texas. And I did such a great job. And then in 2020, when I ran, got more votes and everything. But I wanted to talk about the border. My people said, sir, nobody wants to talk about the border anymore. You fixed it. I said, that's why I want to talk about it. I couldn't talk about it. I said, I want to talk. People weren't interested in it. But that border in 2016 was nothing compared to what you have today. What you have today is a sick group of people that are letting these really bad, dangerous people into our country. And we're not going to let that. We're going to close that up on day one. My first order is going to be close the border. And they could do that too. They could do that too. You know, Biden could do that right now. He could get up and say, close the border, and they'd do it. Because the president has that power. He doesn't need bills. They keep talking about bills. The bill they're talking about was the stupidest bill I've ever seen. But they don't need bills. All the president has to do is say, close the border, and he has refused to do it. Biden said that he and Kamala were, quote, singing from the same song sheet. She helped pass all the laws, every single one of them. She was a major player in everything we did. Now, he went up into the White House press secretary's lectern, and he said this stuff, and they were dying. They were saying, oh, my God, it's coming down. And because, you know what? He got tired of hearing that she had nothing to do with anything. And he knew it was a lie, so he couldn't take it any longer. And he went up and made a fool out of himself, but you'd expect that. But he said this was one hell of a this was the worst press conference. They're screaming at him. He didn't know what the hell was happening. But the reason he went up there was to make that statement that she knew everything. She cannot disassociate herself. She approved everything. She was the vote in the Senate as the vice president for many of these bills. So a vote for Kamala is a vote for 4 more years of crooked Joe Biden. It's a disaster. It's a disaster for our country, and it'll never be this way. A vote for Trump is a vote for change, and it's a vote for saving our country. Unbelievable. So if Kamala, just in sort of closing up, if Kamala enacts her agenda, she'll destroy America. Our agenda will make America safer and wealthier than ever before. We will have, remember this, something that I think is very important for different people. We will have no tax on tips. Now, that doesn't help the sheriffs so much. That's not going to help you guys. They never got a tip, I guarantee you that. But that helps a lot of people. That has been but no tax on tips. Then she copied us, right? 2 months later, she said, I've got a major announcement. There will be no tax. But she never even said it again after that. No, but the difference is we get it done. You know, they talked about education, and they talked about the debt for students, student debt. And they failed on it. They failed on everything. The student debt, a lot of people didn't like it, but regardless, they said it. They kept saying it, saying it, saying it. They kept losing, and now it's a dead deal. It would be that way with these. No tax on tips. Ready? No tax on overtime if you work overtime. No tax. And you have a lot of overtime people here. You have a lot of people that work a lot of overtime. I used to hate to pay overtime, Troy. Oh, I used to hate to pay overtime. I did everything I could to get out of it. But you know what? It's a big deal. And I actually think that's going to be a benefit to our economy, an overall benefit. So it's no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. And are there any seniors in this particular place? I refuse to raise my hand. Okay, I'll raise. No tax, and this is big because you've been destroyed with your fixed incomes, you've been destroyed by inflation. No tax on Social Security for our seniors. No tax for our seniors. That's a big one. And I'll get them done fast. I'll get them done fast. We've got people already working on it. We'll get them all done fast. While working Americans catch up, we're going to put a temporary cap on the credit card interest rates. Look, right now, people are paying 24%. They're getting killed. We have people with electricity and their bills, they're behind. 26% of our country is behind on paying their electric bills. We can't let them pay 22, 24, 26% interest. He just said 30. Are you paying 30, sir? Let me see who you are. He's dealing with Alphonse Capone as his lender, right? Yeah, one of those nice lenders. So we're putting a cap of 10%, temporary cap, until we get past this terrible period that we're living in, right? I can do that quickly. We will become energy independent and then energy dominant like no country has ever seen before, because my second order, number one, close the border. We're going to get them out of here. Close the border. What's number two? Drill, baby, drill. We will open Anwar in Alaska, the largest drilling site perhaps in the entire world. Can you imagine? Ronald Reagan couldn't get it. Nobody could get it. They've been trying for years and decades, and nobody could get it. I got it done. And they were all set to take. This is a site that would supply all of Asia. We would make a fortune, would pay down our debt. And Biden comes in and he terminates it. Nobody could get it done. Ronald Reagan, it was his number one thing he wanted to get done. And it's much tougher to get it done today than it was many years ago, I can tell you that. They use the environment, they use anything they can use. But we're going to tap the liquid gold. Look, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country in the world. We're going to start using our liquid gold instead of letting it sit there as we buy tar from Venezuela and other places. And we will always protect your Social Security and your Medicare. We're not going to have any cuts. And I'll tell you, we're never raising the age. She's going to raise the age on Social Security by 5 years. We're not raising the age on Social Security. And we didn't for 4 years. We proved it. They're going to raise it because they're letting so many people on that shouldn't be there. I will settle the war in Ukraine. I will end the chaos in the Middle East. And I will prevent World War III. I'm going to.
Thank you for tuning in. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. You're currently listening to the 45th. Hopefully he becomes the 47th. For affordability, you know what time it is. Let's get it.
To prevent. Thank you. Thank you very much. And days ago, I was honored to receive the endorsement of many, many people, far over 300 national security officials. They worked with me. The whole group got together. They endorsed me like they've never endorsed anybody before. Even some of the people that you sort of see were against me. They were in that list. They endorsed me. And some of them got a lot of money for a book. You know, they said, no, Trump is great. Trump is great. Well, we're going to pay you $2 million for a book. Well, he was okay. You know, you got to say bad. We're not giving you any money unless you say bad. That's what happens, but that's okay. But over 300, you know that, Troy? The biggest guys in the country, over 300 people that worked with us endorsed me, which is a record, and I'm very proud of it. Thank you very much. We call that peace through strength, and they believed in it too. Peace through strength. I will support universal school choice, very important. We will let federal education dollars follow the child instead of a propping up of a woke federal bureaucracy. And I will defend, I can't even believe I have to say this, I will defend parental rights. Can you believe it? Who would believe you had to say that? Can you imagine 10 years ago having to say that? You'd be embarrassed to have to say it, but we will protect the parents. I won't investigate parents at schools and school boards. These school boards have dominated this administration. I've never seen anything like it. The parents are arrested. The FBI goes after them. We will protect parents. We will protect parental rights. It's very, very important. I'm going to be listening to the parents. I'm listening to the parents. We will rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again, and especially safe because of people like that. And we will keep the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency. It's under tremendous threat. Somebody said, Well, how are you going to do that? You know, one of these stupid people that ask questions. I said, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. If a country wants to leave us and they want to not just consider us the world's currency, we have to be careful with it, too. We have to cherish it and take care of it. But it's very important. It'd be like losing a war. If somebody says from a country, we're going to pull out of the reserve currency, I will say the following: that's okay. But I'm going to charge you a 200% tariff on all the business you do in the United States of America, and it goes into effect today, and they will look at me and they will say, sir, we have decided to stay in the reserve currency, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, Troy can tell you this. There are some people that say, we love Trump's policy, but we don't like Trump. And I say, no, because I actually think I'm a nice person. All I want to do is save our country. Okay, so. I just want to say that. And then a couple of our senators said, here's the problem. You like his policy, but his policy only works with him. Because like that, what I just told you, how many people would say to the head of a country that when Macron, nice guy, Emmanuel from France, he said he's going to tax American companies at a very high rate, higher than other companies. And I said to Mnuchin and some people, don't let him do it. Go tell him they're not going to do it. And if he does it, he's going to have a problem. They went and they came back and they said, sir, we haven't been successful. I said, go do it again. And after that, I'll take it. And they did it again and they were unsuccessful. They came to me. They said, no, he's going to tax American companies. No, this is France. They're going to tax American companies at a very high rate. Very few others, but American companies. And I said, get him on the phone. I got him on the phone. Emmanuel, how are you? Oh, Donald, I am fine. Thank you so much. I said, Emmanuel, I understand that you're going to put a very big tax on American companies. Now, as your president, I have to protect American companies. I can't let that happen. And other companies and other countries aren't going to be taxed. Like hell, that's going to happen. So I said, I understand that's going to happen, Emmanuel. Yes, Donald, it is already passed by essentially their legislature. I said, no. I said, no, Emmanuel, you're not going to do that. Yes, Donald, it's too late. I'm so sorry, President, I am so sorry. I said, it's not too late. Not too late. Because if you do that, I'm going to put a 100% tariff on every bottle of wine and every bottle of champagne that you send into the United States of America. 100%. And he said, that's not fair. That's not fair. I said, listen, it's not fair that you're taxing our companies at more than other countries' companies. So to me, it's very fair. He said, I told him, and I was very late. I think I was probably working on one of the hoaxes or something that was, keeps you busy. The Democrat scams and hoaxes. I said, Emmanuel, I don't have time. I'm giving you 5 minutes to call me, if you will. Please call me back within 5 minutes. Let me know it, because I'm ready to sign this tax. I will call back. He called back in about 2 minutes. He said, Donald, I have decided that we will not charge this tax on American companies. Thank you, Emmanuel, very much. See you soon. Bye. I did so much of that. I kept us out of wars. Remember, with Trump, you had no wars. Remember crazy Hillary? She said, look at him, look at him. Look at his attitude. He's going to cause wars. And I said, no, my attitude is going to keep us out of wars. And I was right. Except I finished off ISIS, right? We finished off ISIS. 100% of the ISIS caliphate was going to take 5 years. I did it in 1 month. It was done. No wars. First time in 81 years. I started no wars. But this is how we will end the era of inflation and mayhem and misery under Kamala and Crooked Joe. He's crooked as a $4 bill. I used to say a $2 bill, but I see $2 bills around, so I can't say that. and unleash safety, prosperity, and peace for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed, every one of them. Together, we will deliver low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest rates, and low inflation so that everyone can afford groceries, a nice car, and a home, the basics. We will stop the invasion. We will end migrant crime. We will strengthen our military. We will build a missile defense shield around our country. Much of it will be made in Wisconsin, by the way. We will keep...
Thank you for tuning in one more time. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Like him or not, everybody agrees that the 45th economy was one of the best economy. Everybody agrees. The southern border was way more on check. You know, you didn't have to think about Ukraine and Russia. You didn't have to think about Israel, the Palestinian people, Iran. You didn't have to think about all of that stuff. You know what I mean? So you may not like him per se. However, you were doing better, weren't you? And double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
Critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. It's God. And we will keep men out of women's sports. We will defend the Second Amendment, protect religious liberty, restore free speech, and we will once and for all secure our elections. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope. And especially for the people of Wisconsin, you're going to be happy. You're going to be happy. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris, and we must stop her country-destroying radical left agenda once and for all. We have to knock it. We want a landslide that's too big to rig. We want it too big to rig. And just finally, after all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. I believe they're going to be the 4 greatest years, not just a fixing up, it's going to be a going forward. With your help.
All right, like I mentioned earlier, I'm like, why is the support for this man growing every single day? Why is he gaining support every time if he actually didn't do what he was supposed to do when he was president? Nobody's happy with this current administration, guys. Nobody. Everything is just so high. Ain't nobody gonna be. Everybody's tired. Everybody's just trying to survive. Everyone is struggling. People need a break. Hell, I needed a break, bro. Man, sub up, subscribe. Let's get it.
From now until Election Day, 30 days, we will redeem America's promise. We will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we love. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country, and together we will make America powerful again. Powerful. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you. Thank you, Wisconsin. Thank you. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you.
Saying about pets. Well, why weren't you in Springfield?
You just heard from the legendary 45th is coming stronger this time. I'm not even going to cap it because everything is pointing that he may be coming back. Okay, so this is for people who live in Florida. Did you hear about the Hurricane Milton that is coming to your area? Please make sure you get to safety, okay? I'm gonna play you a little bit of the update on the Hurricane Milton. Make sure you protect yourself, stay safe, do not take it lightly, get prepared, protect your family, protect yourself.
We are tracking what will eventually become Hurricane Milton, expected in a matter of days to impact the Gulf Coast of Florida. You heard from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis just about 30 minutes ago, and right now I do want to bring in Florida's Attorney General Ashley Moody to talk a little bit more about the preparations here. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us this morning, as I know you do have a very busy time ahead of you.
Sure. Yes. Great to be with you. As you know, the Tampa Bay area within Florida is in the direct middle of the warning cone. And everyone here is pulling together in preparation as we are still reeling and feeling the aftermath of Hurricane Helene.
I want to start from the beginning here, because yesterday we really saw everything kind of start to develop there with Milton. So just tell me, as you just experienced Hurricane Helene and the powerful storm there, as well as the aftermath, what goes through your mind when you do hear that now you're going to be dealing with another major storm that's striking the Gulf Coast of Florida?
Well, if you'll remember with Hurricane Helene, it hit the Big Bend area of Florida directly. That's right where the state starts curving. And Tampa Bay, which is a very large urban population and includes Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, Pasco County, it kind of got that outskirts, but it still experienced significant storm surge. We are still recovering from that. As you know, that the Tampa Bay area is where we experience the most loss of life, which is our biggest concern when storms like this hit. And as you know, property was very much affected, and we still have a lot of debris and cleanup material, appliances, couches, I can go on and on, that were removed from homes and are waiting to be removed. And so to hear that you're now going to be predicted to be in the direct path of what will be a major hurricane, significant winds, significant storm surge, is incredibly concerning. And so, you know, as we're dealing in the aftermath of Helene, we are now all hands on deck, pushing forward to prepare for Milton. And, you know, as Florida is used to these natural disasters, we have a great teams in place from the state level, Governor DeSantis, on down to our county level Emergency Operations Center. I will just compliment both Pinellas and Hillsborough, who did a great job. But now that we're back in that cone, we're asking residents to please heed evacuation warnings. That's our number one message. There were folks that didn't heed those warnings and wish that they had during Hurricane Helene. And so our number one message right now, pay attention to your evacuation zone. If you are asked to leave, please do so. You don't have to go hundreds of miles away. Just get inland, get to higher ground. And that is our number one message right now.
And does it make it even more important to evacuate if you are under that evacuation order, considering some of those areas were just so heavily impacted? I know I saw some of the photos coming in out of Clearwater, Florida, for instance, where the roads were flooded and there was that damage left behind. So does that make it even more important than ever to evacuate those areas that have already been hit?
It's incredibly important. The ground is saturated. As that storm surge comes in, we have just dealt with that. It's saturated. That presents very real challenges to being able to absorb that water. And so, you know, and I know there are so many people. This is my home county, you know, born and raised within this county in Florida. We have so many friends that are still reeling from the affects of Hurricane Helene. And I do think, because we just experienced this, I spoke with the mayor here in Tampa, who said, we think Helene is going to help us get through to folks in terms of evacuation for Milton, because even those that chose to stay within those very low-lying areas subject to storm surge, They saw what can happen. And it's not just during the storm where those risks are real. It's in the immediate aftermath when it's hard to get communications to you. In many areas, we were 99% down for electricity. You don't have cell service, you don't have internet. Really what becomes valuable in those times is a handheld radio with a couple batteries so you can listen to AM radio, which is the entry point for our emergency alert system, for our National Weather Service, and getting information into communities. You know, low tech is sometimes very important in these natural disasters. I can tell you were those that had gone to electric locks in their homes, and after the storm passed and people were able to get back to their homes, they couldn't get in because they had gone to electric locks and the electricity was out. So the old school keys were much more useful. So again, pay attention to warnings, heed evacuation routes, and make sure if you're asked to leave an evacuation zone that you do so.
And I know you just mentioned this, but I did want to kind of get your final take here. What sort of information do you want to get across to those people who are watching who maybe do say, look, we live in Florida, we see storm after storm come on through, no big deal. Again, you touched on this, but what information, what message do you want to get across to them right now so that they know, hey, if you're in an evacuation zone, evacuate?
You know, we saw during some of these natural disasters with the storm surge and some of the areas on the outskirts, water was up to almost over their heads. And I visited these places that took a direct hit. Those homes are not even there anymore. They are gone. So if you're thinking you're going to stay in your home in an evacuation zone and you've got a direct hit coming, it's not about whether you can wade through water to get out. It's not about whether you'll have the opportunity to get to higher ground or someone might be able to come rescue you. During that storm, law enforcement officers cannot get to you. And in many of these areas that take direct hits and that storm surge comes up, those homes are gone. They are washed away. So loss of life is predictable where it will happen. We just need people to work with us and leave. I've heard people say it before. If you choose to stay where there is a direct hit, make sure you write your name on your arm so that we know who you are. You've got to heed these evacuation warnings.
And we do know that first responders' lives are also put at danger when they are going out to rescue people. So other people should keep that in mind as well. Ashley Moody there, Florida Attorney General, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. We appreciate it.
Great to be with you. Thank you so much for your attention on this incredibly critical matter.
Of course.
Ladies and gentlemen, like you've heard her say, please get to safety. It might get really wild with Hurricane Milton. Please get to safety if you are in a evacuation zone or area. Please get to safety. Man, I was affected by Hurricane Helen for sure. We didn't have power for like 10 days. I had to go stay at an Airbnb like 2 hours away from where I stay because I got a 4-year-old daughter. I got to make sure she's safe. Hot water, you know what I mean? Electricity. But you guys that are in Florida waiting to get hit by Hurricane Milton, please get to safety, okay? I'm praying for you guys. Hope you find safety.
Joining us now, House Speaker Mike Johnson. Speaker, welcome back to Fox News Sunday.
Hey, Shannon. Great to be with you as always.
Okay, so we're talking the Middle East as we now await to see what Israel's response is to the incoming attack by Iran. There are questions about whether or not Congress may need to come back for a supplemental for Israel. Now, the same day that that attack was incoming from Iran, Secretary Blinken wrote this in Foreign Affairs. He said, the Biden administration's strategy has been to put the United States in a much stronger geopolitical position today than it was 4 years ago. He says when the Biden-Harris administration came in, our enemies saw a country that was in decline, that there was an undermining of norms and alliances. Now, the secretary says he doesn't do politics, but what do you make of his statements?
The statement, it's nonsense. Of course, everything that they've done since day one, the Biden-Harris administration, is project weakness on the world stage. And that has put us in the most dangerous situation that we have been in since World War II. Our allies are nervous. Our adversaries do not fear us. They don't respect us. And that is why China, Russia, Iran, North Korea terrorists and tyrants around the world are coordinating against us. And that is why you're seeing the provocations of the war in Israel. Russia moved on Ukraine, China doing all the things they're doing and threatening Taiwan. None of this happened on President Trump's watch because he was a steady hand, a strong hand at the wheel. We have got to reelect him so that we can restore the order in the world and project peace through strength again. That's what we have to get back to, and it cannot happen soon enough.
So while you consider additional funding for Israel, obviously the main thought for most people is about Hurricane Helene and the victims left in the wake of that. Hundreds still missing. We don't even know their fate at this point. You've been to Georgia, Florida. You have plans to go to North Carolina as well. What are you seeing, and what do you make of the local, state, and Fed responses?
Well, I would just tell you at the federal level, this has been a massive failure. And you could just ask the people there on the ground. I have been there. I was in Georgia. I was in Florida where Hurricane Helene made landfall. They're on the coast. And then we'll be going to the hardest hit parts of North Carolina on Wednesday of this week. When you talk to the people who are directly affected, they will tell you that this has been an abject failure. FEMA has lost sight of its core mission, I think, in so many cases. And the administration has not shown that they were prepared for this this eventuality and this terrible disaster. The thing about Hurricane Shannon is that we know that they're coming well in advance. You know, they had more than a week's notice of this, and yet we still have people who have not been served and even rescued in North Carolina. It is a heartbreaking, tragic, and infuriating situation to have the federal government fail as they have.
Well, and we've got now the storm Milton that's being tracked in the Florida Gulf. May land there as a Category 3 later this week. So DHS Secretary Mayorkas has said they don't have money to get through what they need for the rest of this hurricane season. We've heard similar statements from the Secretary of Transportation. President Biden has said more money is needed. He actually sent a letter to congressional leaders on Friday night, including you. And he said specifically the Small Business Administration is in real trouble. Here's what he says. I warned the Congress of this potential shortfall even before Hurricane Helene landed on America's shores. I requested more funding for SBA multiple times over the past several months. And most recently, my administration underscored that request as you prepared a continuing resolution to fund the government. Will you call Congress back before the election? Do you need to?
Look, we'll be back in session immediately after the election. That's 30 days from now. The thing about these hurricanes and disasters of this magnitude is that it takes a while to calculate the actual damages, and the states are going to need some time to do that. I'm from Louisiana. We're a hurricane-prone state. We're experts at disaster recovery. We've done this. You don't just send estimates to the federal government. You send specific needs and requests based upon the actual damages, and that takes some time, especially with storms of this magnitude. So Congress will do its job. Remember that before we left Washington, the day before Helene hit, by the way, made landfall, Congress appropriated $20 billion additional dollars to FEMA so that they would have the immediate dollars they need to address the immediate needs. Then after that, Congress always takes its the due approach of providing what is necessary. Congress will provide. We will help the people in these disaster-prone areas. It's an appropriate role for the federal government, and you'll have bipartisan support for that. And it'll all happen in due time, and we'll get that job done. There shouldn't be any concern about that at all.
But there is with some of these agencies. So is the conflict or confusion about the fact that we're not doing things in regular order? There are continuing resolutions. This is going to land December 20th, right before the holidays. And there are a number of agencies that are all fighting for a piece of the pie who say they can't have stability and count on what they need because this is the way we're funding the government piecemeal.
Yeah, continuing resolutions are no way to fund the government, and I sure wish that we didn't have to do that, but they need to call Chuck Schumer in the Senate. The Democrat-led Senate literally did not pass one appropriations bill this cycle. They didn't put one bill on the floor. They didn't even try. So Chuck Schumer put us in the position, the House did. We passed appropriations bills. We got all of ours through committee, over 72% of the federal funding done from the floor. And then the process stopped because the Senate wasn't engaging. You can't have two chambers negotiate the final spending bills if one chamber is not engaging at all, and that's the problem. So we were put in the CR situation once again, but we will meet our obligations. Congress will do it, and I trust when we get back, both chambers will work in earnest to get that job done.
Before we leave the issue of Hurricane Helene, there's been a lot of pushback from the federal government, from federal agencies, saying that Republicans are out there spreading misinformation about FEMA funding and how it's been used for people who have come here as migrants, many of them illegally, millions of them, versus how the money is spent for disasters. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said this on Friday about conflating the two pools of funding.
I mean, it's just categorically false. It is not true. It is a false statement.
FEMA also calls this out as a rumor on their website and adds this: FEMA's disaster response efforts and individual assistance is funded through the Disaster Relief Fund, which is a dedicated fund for disaster efforts. Disaster Relief Fund money has not been diverted to other non-disaster related efforts. So what's your understanding with how FEMA money has been allocated and is spent with regard to both the border and the hurricane?
The streams of funding are different. That is not an untrue statement, of course. But the problem is what the American people see and what they're frustrated by.
All right. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. If you were affected by Hurricane Helene, have you gotten any sort of support? Let me know. I haven't got it yet. But when I do, I'm gonna let you guys know, but I haven't gotten yet. If you have, please put it in the chat, all right? Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
Is that FEMA should be involved, that the Federal Emergency Management Association, their mission is to help people in times like this of natural disaster, not to be engaged in using any pool of funding from any account for resettling illegal aliens who have come across the border. That's what the Biden administration, Kamala Harris, and Secretary Mayorkas have been engaged in, this program, and they have spent precious treasure of the American people and taxpayers to do just that. When you see illegals in your local airport and you see them being transported around the country with planes, trains, and automobiles to every community everywhere, every state's a border state now because of that, that's the NGOs, the non-governmental organizations mostly, that are transporting those people around, and then they send the receipts to the federal government. And Biden, Harris, and Mayorkas gleefully pay those receipts because they opened the border intentionally. The American people are disgusted by this. They're fed up with it, and so are Republicans in Congress. And it'll stop after November 5th because we're going to have unified government with Republicans in charge, and we will bring sanity back to this situation.
All right, we will see. People are well underway voting in dozens of states at this point. I want to ask you about this. One of your GOP colleagues, Matt Rosendale, in the House said yesterday, I believe it was, that there is a possibility of using money that's earmarked for Ukraine. He said there's a way that Congress can reroute that to hurricane victims. Is that accurate, and is that something Congress would consider doing?
I didn't see that statement. I'm not sure what Matt's referring to there. But look, I'll tell you that we are going to meet the obligations of the American people. It is the #1 priority. When we say America first, that's what that means. We take care of our own household before we take care of the neighborhood. We will get that job done. Congress will do it. We will find the money because that's an appropriate priority for the federal government. We're going to get about that as soon as the states turn in those estimates and request the funding. It'll happen, and we'll get it done.
All right, Mr. Speaker, we always appreciate your time. Safe travels this week, sir.
Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Thank you for double tapping your screen. All right, we have come to the end of the live show. We have been streaming for 4 hours, 20 minutes. You guys are the best. You guys are the absolute best. All right, gentlemen, it is time where I gotta go. I gotta get some rest. I gotta get some sleep. It is currently 5:23 a.m. the time, and today's date is the 7th of October 2024. It is Monday. What are you guys doing today, Monday? What do you have planned for today? Are you going to work? What are you doing today? All right. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency every day, okay? Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless your business. God bless the United States. God bless you, all right? Never give up on your dreams. Never stop believing in yourself. Believe in God. Put your trust in God. I know things are hard. People are living paycheck to paycheck. People don't know where the next bill money is coming from. However, stay strong, stay blessed, believe in goodness, believe in opportunity, believe in something good coming your way. Okay, stay Open your heart and be expecting. Okay, expect something good. Expect something is gonna happen to you and your family. Okay, God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. It is your boy Genesis. I am signing out. I am signing out. God bless you.